All right. Yep, we're live.
Sounds good, brother. How you doing?
Yeah. No, I'm doing all right. Just been a lot of family over, girlfriend's family, um, doing my hanging out with my friend, a couple of friends I have. Not too much, but holidays. I think I'm ascending maybe as a normie now, so holidays are a little more busy than before.
Oh, thank
Um,
goodness. That's good. Congratulations.
yeah, thanks. I
And
mean,
Happy New Year.
yeah. No. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I hope your 2023 is hopefully better than your 2022. But well, unless you got like some intense monk mode of some sort this year, I don't know. You know what
No,
I mean?
2022 was better, man. I don't know how 2023 is going to be for me, but last year was pretty good. It was actually very good for me.
Uh huh. Oh yeah.
2020, 2021 was shit.
Oh why?
Oh, it was just bad, dude. It was bad. I lost a lot of money and then I
Uh
got
huh.
tax cooked. So I was like, oh, that was horrible.
Tax cook is worst. Yeah, my friend has a business, and like yeah, the business versus a W-2 like wage cook, like it's just very different. I mean, some months he's like, oh yeah, I'm making like 6,000 this month, and then some months he's making like I'm like not much, and he's like overall it's like a lot of money, but then once the tax man comes, it's like shit. Like I think he got audited once, so yeah, I can understand that tax feeling.
Yeah, that's why I would say the past what has it been what barely 3 maybe 4 years. I would say 2020 was a very good year.
Yeah.
That was probably my most hormaxing year because that's how
Oh,
long.
okay.
Yeah, because of Phobit, there was a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
sex workers out there, so that was probably one of my most escorts I saw in 1 year. I don't like to call them escorts; I just call them hookers because that's really all they are. So.
Yeah, is there a difference?
Yeah, there really is. Like status wise, there is because a hooker is
Oh,
basically kind of like an average girl, just hooking you up with sex.
true.
And then an escort is more like a high end kind of like $500 and up. That's why I don't mess with. That's why I don't call them escorts because I don't really mess with like high end escorts. I just mess with like average women, selling sex. So
That's a good point. Because I
yeah,
mean, my heavy year was like 2021. Um, but I was mostly dealing with, I think, escorts, which is why it got kind of expensive. And I wouldn't recommend anyone unless you make more than like I would yeah, I'd recommend hookers unless you make maybe more than, I don't know, 100K, or else if you don't, then maybe go over the border or something. But I
yeah.
almost got broke. Like I was like on paycheck to paycheck
Oh damn,
sometimes. So
it's all good,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Hopefully you're not you were like you're not paycheck to paycheck. Like you know how to, unless you get addicted. I don't know how you handle your monthly rate. Like, are you very calculated with it? Like this is my spending money, or
Yeah, man.
do you sometimes binge out? I'm just curious.
No, no, yeah, I'll tell you. I won't. I appreciate you asking. I
Yeah.
no, I have to be tight. But even though I was doing that, I was still escort or hooker maxing. I was still doing it, even as broke.
Oh, like borrowed money, or like how? I mean, if you're
No, no, I
just
was
on
just
the
using
verge,
like
I guess.
my savings and like I would find cash that I'd hidden and cash that
Oh,
I really shouldn't have spent, or I would
oh
sell.
no.
Yeah, I would sell items that were high value, and then I would
Yeah.
just use that. And I think I even did a trade off with one of them because I was addicted like a mother.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're addicted, it's like it's usually signs that like you have to occupy yourself with something else. It's like
Yeah, I like
a
what you said.
hobby, something like that. Yeah.
That was smart.
Um,
How you said it last time on the other stream that you can use other things to keep those endorphins busy. I'm like, man, you're smart for saying that.
oh, like converting the energy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and to be honest, like I said, some people don't have a lot of sexual energy, and then some people do. And if you think about it, if you have a lot of that sexual energy, that's a blessing. You just have to know how to convert it, um, if you can. Um, That's why I think when you last stream, it's funny that last stream I listened and like there are a lot of stuff you said that I was over my head, but I re-listened to it and like I agreed with most of it. But like there's something you said about that an animosity guy and how like he can control his his horniness or whatever more articulate word for that very well. And so and then I thought like, yeah, actually that's true, and that is probably more commendable than maybe you or me, because if he's just holding it in, right? Supposedly.
Well, yeah, but when I had him on my stream in 2021, that was probably the best year for my channel was 2021.
Uh-huh.
But one thing he did because he like old women like I do.
Oh wow.
Um,
Okay.
yeah. And so he was asking me, how do you get all these cougars or these old hoes, And I'm like, well, I'm just co-work maxing. That's it.
That's true. Yeah.
So the only one I did through social media is the one you're seeing right there in the panel.
Yeah. Dang.
I met her through Xbox Live. That's how I ended up smashing. You believe that shit?
Yeah. No, I believe it. I mean, that's why a lot of guys like or incels or black pillars like they want strategies of how to bang women, and a lot of times it's just coincidence. You just have to do like the Xbox. Like no one would ever recommend getting girls from Xbox Live, but it
Exactly.
happened.
Yeah. Yeah. She literally drove to where I live and we smashed. So
Oh wow. Wait, how old is she? I mean, how old? I forgot. You think you told me like early 40s?
no, I was that was in 2016. Her
Oh
name was
wow.
Michelle. Yeah, and I think I sent you a couple of photos, but that the one you see there is the one I like the most of her.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
But she was 44 at that time and I was
Yeah.
26.
Oh, okay. Dang. You do like
Yeah.
older women.
Yeah, but that's just because they're easier, really. They're
Yeah,
more
that's
down to
true.
talk.
I mean, I think that's part of the at least I think that could be part of like the overall rating sometimes, like how much how much effort or how much how easygoing the girl is and how much effort that you're giving in that might not be being reciprocated um, from the girl, even if she's hot.
Well, I mean, she hit the wall, so women that hit the wall are far less picky. But even then, still, you still got to pass a looks threshold. So I passed that looks threshold with her,
Yeah,
and I just ended up ascending with her.
yeah. But you don't get told you look older for your age, right? I think when I saw you, you look right around your age. You look a little younger, I think, right?
Yeah, that's what most people say. Especially
Yeah,
when I trim my beard or shave it off. Yeah, I look younger than what I am.
yeah. Yeah. I like. I still get. I'm guessing you still get carded, right? No, not probably not anymore, huh?
What do you mean carded?
Like when you get into, I don't know if you go into a bar or probably not strip club. You haven't been to strip club, but
Oh,
recently,
like people think I'm not at my age, and okay, I get you now.
yeah, like they look at you weirdly, like
Are you old
let
enough?
me, yeah, yeah, because in any place you go, they still card you, but there's a different energy they bring when you look really young. At least to me, it's barely going away now, but from like 18 to 26, they just they would look at me like I shouldn't be there.
Yeah, because
But
you
I don't know if
definitely
it's like
look
that.
younger. You look younger than me. The thing is, though, if you're not big on facial hair, right?
No, I can't. Well, I can grow it, but it's like patchy. My dad said like it's like that. At least for him, it didn't come until like his 30s.
Mm,
The goatee.
yeah, I can't picture you having a beard, man. I found I'm kind of curious to see how you look with the beard, though.
I don't think it's good, so I think I'm okay. I
Oh,
Yeah, I did that Facebook filter thing with a beard, even though that might not be that accurate, and it just even my girlfriend said it didn't look right. So yeah, I guess faces with that come with beards look better with beards, and faces that don't usually don't. Maybe I don't know.
well, like I said, it depends on the symmetry of the face and all that. That's when you kind of have to be scientific about it. So,
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been doing like some autistic face maxing exercises. I've been doing like neck ups. This is like you go into bed and it's just too. It's because I get like the double chin. Sometimes when I lean back or when I'm talking, and I don't want to get too nerdy with it, but it pretty much means that your tongue is not touching the palate. I don't know if you've heard of mewing before. Have you?
I think only one time, maybe.
Yeah. Um, so if you don't have good neck posture, don't have good tongue posture, it will drop and you'll get like that hanging double chin.
Oh,
And
damn.
so yeah, and it can actually make you look worse as you get older. So to make sure that doesn't happen, it's good to do tongue exercises as well as like you go into bed and you bring your neck up, so you increase your neck strength. And it's
Mm.
actually kind of working. It's the thing has kind of gone away. Um, yeah, slowly. So yeah, it's just yeah, that's just like one small thing I've been doing. Um,
Well, that's good, man. I wish you good luck with that. No, I mean
yeah,
it in a good way. I don't mean it in a bad way.
yeah, no, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I don't know how much you studied like it's kind of gay, but like the face and looks maxing, but I don't know how heavy you went into that rabbit hole.
I mean, I'm not really into it because I don't practice it, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind practicing that. But for
Oh
me,
yeah.
I just keep it simple, and I mean, I just go by the name of the name on my panel. I mean, I'm just a wall banger. I just bang a bunch of
Wall
obies.
banger, yeah. Yeah. That what would be a good definition of like the wall for you? Like um 40 or would you say like 33?
No, that's ridiculous. I would definitely say 40, not even 35. I would say women really hit the wall at 40 because they can still get pregnant, but more than likely that kid's going to really come out genetically deficient.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'd say yeah, because if you're going by the actual a more sensible definition of when they really it's kind of over for them in regards to getting pregnant, right?
Yeah, because I met a woman, a millennial woman, actually at Target a few months ago. Actually, there's a average looking white woman.
Yeah.
I like the way her body looked, but she was 38 and she had like three babies, two girls and one boy.
Mm-hmm.
And she was I heard her talking to like one of the Target employees, and
Mm-hmm.
she was talking about her husband. She was 38 and her husband was 43.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, their kids look really healthy, man. And she was
Oh,
38.
I, oh no. That's another video I want to make. Like, women are looking better longer these days.
Oh yeah,
That's a good one, right? I could
yep,
expand
yep.
on that. Okay, let me write that down. And I have reasons why. I could synopsis now.
Yeah,
Um,
that's I feel so bad for the red pill copers because they're talking about women hit the wall at they say first 26 and then now they're saying like 30 and then 35 and it's like dude no these hoes they may be hitting the wall like looks wise I would say really man not even in their 30s I would say probably even in their 40s I'll even take it in their 50s. Yeah bro
yeah.
the black pill just keeps
No.
winning against the red pill.
Well, it's like Salma Hayek, right, and Jennifer Lopez. Like, especially when it comes to rich women, they can have it till their 50s.
Oh yeah.
You
No,
don't
even
don't
past
don't
their
under
fucking
huh?
50s. Don't underestimate. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying don't underestimate the new technologies these days with age enhan looking young for women.
Yeah, age enhancers. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I feel bad for Hammerhand, talking about women hit the wall at 30, and then he said 35. It's like, no, dude, these hoes ain't hitting the wall really biologically till like 40. But looks wise, I mean, they still look good to me in 40, even in 50.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just it's brutal for them to not be able to handle that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think for you, you might be a tiny bit of a special case, but even because I think you are more open to older women than most guys. Um, I think a lot of guys would just like say no immediately, but I think you're a little more open, right?
Well, I mean, I'm just going, yeah, of course, like the way you broke it down, yeah, that's true. And I
Yeah.
think that's why it's just easier for me to ascend sex wise.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
I'm not as picky as probably 80% or 70% of incels or black
Yeah.
pillars.
Oh yeah.
But the black pill truth is that even women, I mean, just the Tinder experiment, I mean, the Bumble, the all the
Yeah.
dating apps, and then even if the dating apps don't exist, all these old hoes, I'm telling you, they're getting approached by younger dudes like in the workplace, definitely in the workplace. So women are probably, even when they hit 40 or 50, I mean, they're still getting a lot of dick offers. And I wouldn't even say just dick offers. They're getting like actual relationship offers from like guys 20, 30 years younger than them.
I don't know if that's a new video, but I think in my old video I said like younger guys are ascending more with older women these days.
Yes.
Um, the thing is, the market is so hard for the younger women that they're just going older. Um, and older women are just as eager, and they have the same eagerness for a relationship as a younger guy.
Exactly.
Like the eagerness match. The eagerness of the younger woman and the younger man do not match. Like the woman is um are not, they're especially in their 20s, the majority are just not caring about relationships. I think that's the thing that distinguishes, like, especially Gen Z versus like millennial and Gen X. Like, I think back then you would not shame, but someone like ask a girl like, where's your boyfriend? Or like, why don't you have a boyfriend? But I think the younger girls, it, it's not something to be shamed about anymore. It's just there's nothing wrong with not having a boyfriend.
That's the same thing that happened like even as a millennial, middle millennial, because I was born in '90, so that's kind of
Yeah,
considered middle. Because
yeah,
early millennials were born like after '85, I think.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So '90 is already kind of late, but not too late. And then
yeah,
'96 is late millennials. So they
yeah.
got three subdivisions of the millennial. Every generation has that. You got
That's
early
true.
Gen Xers, middle Gen Xers, and then
That's
late
true.
Gen Xers.
Yeah.
So for me, I got a little bit shamed when some people would hear or find out that I dated older women. They were
Hmm.
like, "Man, that could be your mother," and I'm like, "Man, you're getting behind."
Yeah.
Like I would laugh, but I'm like, "This is just how shit is going now. You got to kind of go with the flow."
Or
So
just be left with your hand. Yeah.
hand Maxine, fuck that.
Yeah. Mano maxing. That's what my friend says. Mano. Like mano maxing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like cogiendo tu mano, fucking your
Yeah.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
that's just that porn maxing stuff. But go ahead.
oh no, I had nothing.
Yeah, I don't want to be a gooner, man. That's not good.
Yeah. Let me get my water.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say that with the generational thing, there's always been cases where the new generation had to date backwards into the older generation because of there's always been like some sort of sexual inceldom or sexual
Yes.
inflation.
That's a very smart thing to say. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. So I've always heard because I heard like late Gen Xers they were sleeping with like early,
Young boomers, right?
yeah, early boomer women or middle boomer women.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you remember the case from the '90s. Remember that one white teacher? She was a boomer and she was sleeping with that late Gen Xer. Remember that one? It was like
Is
all
this
over.
a TV show or is this like some?
Oh, it
What
was
is
a
it?
real life case, and they fired her and they shamed her, and they're still together till this day.
Wait, a millennial teacher was sleeping with
No,
a.
no, no. A boomer teacher was
Uh
sleeping
huh.
with the late Gen Xer. She was like in her 40s at the time, like in her mid 40s, and the kid was like in like he was like an 18 teenager.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
So
I know when we were younger, there were a lot of those things would pop up on TV. But
Older women have always had a thing for young men.
well, yeah, especially post-wall women. Um, yeah, no, that specific case, no.
Now I'll send you the story and the link. You can make a video about it.
Hmm.
So that's my point. You've always, and you're probably always are going to continue to have newer generations dating backwards with previous
Yeah,
generations.
yeah. But I think I'm actually gonna come out with a video. Well, first of all, my one I'm gonna upload today is one that's gonna upset many black pillars. Yeah, I'm gonna get unsubscribed, but it's gonna be called how normie maxing social maxing tips. Um, and for them that doesn't exist. It's all looks and
Yeah.
the jaw and all that stuff. But my other one I want to make was of the recent study that came out this Tuesday of the birth rates of the most recent stats for birth rates, and I'm gonna go through it and stuff. But the major trend, like I've been saying, at least with recently, especially with young millennials and Gen Z, is that young 20s girls are the big thing. I'll give you a bonus. The big thing that is different these past 5 to 10 years is that young girls are not teenage pregnancy maxing anymore.
Yep.
And that was a big ascension option for many black cells and Hispanic cells.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly.
Let's be honest here.
No, you're totally right. I
Let's
agree
be
with you.
honest here.
That's why right now the problem we have is all these teenage cells, all these dudes like in from going to 13 years old to 18, 19,
Uh-huh.
they don't have that option anymore because the women in their age range, they're all trying to get with Chad or Tyrone or the Chad lights or the
Yep.
normie lights that have like money, looks, and the status. And they don't always
Well,
have to have the looks, but the money and the status, that's all they want. They're all
and,
gold diggers.
and even the average plain girls that aren't really into that Chad life, they're
Oof.
career maxing.
Them hoes, the plain Janes, oh man, they don't care about the dating
They don't
scene.
care.
No,
These days, no. Back then, she would have might have gone like might have got maybe with a boy and maybe pregnant and then not going to college. Like, nope. These days, she's gonna get her master's,
the
her
plain Jane
PhD.
pill.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, that was an ascension option for many Hispanics and blacks, but
I would
especially
just say
Hispanics,
incels overall, white, black, brown.
because black brown just have higher, especially brown have higher teenage pregnancies in until like 2000 until like 2008, 2010. Whites and Asians have had much less pregnancies in the teenage, early 20s range. Especially Asians. Asians were number one in having very high age of birth for their child. But the last year that white women were having babies around the age of 24 was like, I think it was like 19 early 1980s,
Jesus,
late 1970s. So
not even 90s. Wow.
yeah, no, the 90s was already over for white women. That's why a lot of white boomers married, young boomers married Asian women at the time,
Damn.
especially stem cells. Yeah, there would have been a white incel problem in the 90s had it not been for had it not been for China being not the top of its game at the time. So a lot of
Exactly.
Asian women, yeah, ascended with the white stem cells of the time.
Yeah, I think you're talking mainly Gen X cells because they were mainly in kind of like in their 20s in the 90s.
Exactly, Gen X cells, yeah.
Fucking
So
brutal. Millennial
yeah,
cells ascended with like me. I think I would say early millennials kind of succeeded with early millennial women. Like
uh-huh.
millennial cells, they ascended with millennial women. But that's just because early millennials they weren't introduced too much into like social media.
Oh
However,
yeah, that's great. Yeah.
yeah. However, I wouldn't say 100% wrong, but I am 50% wrong because early millennials, they're the ones who started using like, what's the name of that fucking website that was so popular in like 2005? I think it was,
POF.com,
I
eHarmony Match.
eHarmony.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
eHarmony, and then that's where the dating websites started. The dating websites. There weren't millennials didn't get dating apps, but they got dating websites.
Websites, yes. More effort.
Exactly. Or less effort, really, because all they had to do is have a computer. So I don't like it when these Zoomer cells talk about, millennials didn't get introduced or they weren't raised with technology. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Dating websites started with the millennials.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
were already doomed to face and sell them, because that's what happened to me. Because all the hoes in my school, they were just using dating websites to get with dudes.
Oh yeah? Even at that age range?
Yeah, like when I was, it,
Dang.
it already started in high school with MySpace and
Oh
fucking.
yeah, yeah, of course, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. You know what? You're right. I mean, yeah, Zoomer, yeah, they're kind of wrong on that one because there was all that clown worldism was already starting with the MySpace crap and the Facebook crap.
Yeah,
And if
but sorry, go ahead.
I think that's it.
What I was gonna say is that Zoomers still have it probably just way harder, because now they're literally growing with technology. Like, they were born into that shit. So as far as them having it harder, yeah, they definitely have it way harder, almost to impossible for them
Oh
to
yeah.
ascend, because now everything is like, dating apps, everything's on the phone.
Oh
Everybody's
yeah.
like literally glued to their phone. So the
Yeah.
Zoomer cells definitely have it so much hard. So so I can see why they say the things that they say that they become so pessimistic that they can't ascend. But hey, man, if they don't, that you can always do something about your situation if you really choose to do so. But if you don't want to, that's on them. So I'm not going to feel sorry for them, because sometimes you try to help them and it backfires. So it backfires. So I'm not going to reach out too much to them who, if they don't choose to better their situation. So
Yeah. Yeah. Like I have to be careful if I even mention social maxing. It's like, I mean, I understand if you're 30, there's not opportunities, but if you're young, those opportunities are going to go away as you get older. So,
oh yeah.
um, and a lot of times, I hear some of them, they reveal themselves, or maybe I'll show a video, and their voice or the way they speak is just like like awkward or autistic. It's like that's the first step, At least sound like you or me, or like Forever Alone guy, or even Todd Thundercock. Like sound normal, I guess.
Well, what's sad? Thundercock or whatever. He's actually, I think he's a middle Gen Xer, and he's been a TFLer for long. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, and then you had that other guy. He has that stupid name, Penis Man.
Uh-huh.
Still people call him P Man because they don't want to mention that word.
Oh
So
yeah.
he was an early Gen Xer, and he got lucky that he ascended with a bunch of single mothers. That's what he talked about on one of Insomatics' podcasts.
Mm.
So, I mean, the whole and seldom thing, you can really argue or say that it really started with the Gen
Gen
Xers,
X. Yeah, Gen X.
because I've heard of stories of like middle Gen Xers and late Gen Xers being, TFLers or incels,
Yes.
for so long.
That's where the POA and mystery and all them came out, because a lot of guys started looking at each other and say like, why is it hard to get a girlfriend?
Exactly. There you go.
No, Todd Thundercock would have ascended in California. I think the thing is he was just around a bunch of white people. He would have got JBW points here, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
I think your demographic plays a huge role, like what state and city you live in. That definitely will hurt you depending on what, if it's Democratic or Republican. I think if it's
that too.
Republican, it's going to hurt you more as an incel. Because at least in Democratic
Go ahead.
states,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, at least in Democratic states, you got at least prostitution is more friendly in blue states.
That's true. Yeah. Well, in Republican states, how about like in conservative states? I'd say it's easier to find the one. It's easier to find a long-term relationship, perhaps. They're less as the girls are less as nihilistic
Realistic.
and like into like all a bunch of weird shit. Um, but in the democratic states, a man can live, I guess, at his peak longer if he's a 1% man. If he's a 99% man, I'd say like the liberal is much harder.
Yeah, I would say I agree with that assessment, but I would still say from a very overspherian perspective, I would say
Oh,
it doesn't
okay.
matter. I mean, red or blue, you're gonna face horrible and seldom.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah.
we gotta separate two definitions of in seldom. There's guys who just want sex, and there's just guys who just want a relationship. So
That's
if,
true.
if
That's
you
that's
want a relationship, you might have better luck in a red state than a blue state. But to
yeah.
me, I mean, from what I've seen, I think a lot of conservative women are still full of shit. So
Oh
um,
yeah.
I think you're just better off getting the sex. And I would say if all you want is a sex like me, I would be better off going to like a deep blue state because they don't prosecute, like they don't do sting operations on sex workers and that shit. So
You're right. I always felt like I had an invisible shield around me, but kind of ignorantly about if I will get caught. Like my one of my friends, like, you're not afraid you'll get caught, and and I guess you're right. Maybe, well, one, I don't even think we have enough funding for our criminals, and especially nowadays in Cali State. So that's the logic that told me I doubt they're going to be going heavy on me, or anyone that wants to be doing this stuff. They don't even have enough funding to like freaking defend, like I said, like our cities and the people. So yeah, but you might be right. So I mean, if that's true that what you're saying, then I guess I was lucky. Had I ignorantly been doing this in a red state, I could have, there could have been much more sting operations or whatever those things are.
no, don't get me wrong. I could have gotten caught so many times, but they're so stupid. Like they make it so obvious that it's like a cop or like some undercover,
Oh, really?
former prostitute female. Yeah, like she'll be like, meet me over here and make sure you send me a picture of yourself and bring your ID. I'm like, are you
Wow.
really that stupid? Damn, you just gave yourself off. So nah, man, you got two bad advocates when it comes to sex work. You got two really bad advocates of women. One of them is an undercover police officer, female,
Uh-huh.
posing as a prostitute. But as soon as you get there, she pulls the shotgun out, and then you're arrested.
Sure.
And then you got the worser one, which is trying to rob you and trying to set you up and probably trying to get you killed or robbed, take your money. So those two things you face that are horrible when you're going to sex work, Max. When you're trying to use sex work or prostitutes, unfortunately, you might end up getting caught in one of those two bad advocates of women.
That's a that's good. That's a good categories. I know I failed for the second one a couple times. Um, like I'm guessing you're smart enough to have never given a girl a deposit, right?
Nope.
Yeah, I fell for that a couple times.
No, it's all good. No, no, no. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I almost fell for one. So yeah, I mean, you just gotta put the pieces together. The only way I do deposits for them is if I already met them because I
Yeah,
messed
I
around.
think you told me. Yeah.
Yeah, I messed around with the same one a couple of times, and she'd be like, "Hey, can you just do a deposit so that way I can just save your appointment?" And I'm like, "Okay, sure. We've already met before, and yeah, everything went well. She didn't rob me or nothing. She just wanted to assure that I was gonna come. Or sometimes I do that deposit because they need that gas money to come to me, and then I
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
so
I got fooled once at a dating on a date for like a. I think this is my most shameful thing ever. I gave a girl gas money for the date, and she deleted her account.
damn.
That is stupid. Yeah, yeah. That I know that is stupid. But this is when I was POF, mass messaging, maxing, and I think that's one of the most lamest things I've done.
It's
Hopefully,
okay, man. You're not the only one, dude. Don't be ashamed of it.
yeah. No, though, if you go on, I don't know if you've been on the Reddit for like sex workers. They're like on a war with the Reddit for like the sex worker clients only, because the sex
Yeah,
worker
yeah,
Reddit.
because there's too
Uh-huh.
many fucking scams on all these dating apps. That's why I don't use that shit, man, because they get your information, they get your pictures, and they can expose you, man. You got to be
Yeah,
careful.
yeah, yeah. No, but no, I mean like on the Reddit, like the workers will be saying like nothing's wrong with the deposit. It's just for our safety
Oh
and
no, they're wrong about that. No, that's
justification.
bullshit.
And
No.
on the client side, on the client Reddit, subreddit, they're like, don't ever give a deposit. There's too many stories.
Exactly.
So it's funny how we don't see eye to eye with the customer and them.
The client, yeah. Well, it's even worse because what's happening is you got a lot of scammers, and a lot of them, they're not even women. That's the saddest part. They're dudes.
No, they're Indian guys.
Oof.
You know?
That's sad. You got cooked by another man. Man, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying just
Yeah.
general. So
for some reason, I feel worse getting feel worse getting the money sucked by a girl, sucking in by a girl. I guess you feel worse getting it by some random guy.
I think it's just worser from a guy because at least if it was a woman, it was a real woman,
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a dude, it's like, oh man, it was a dude, it was a guy.
Yeah.
So, but no, I think you legitimately got scammed by a woman. I don't think it was a male, a fake profile, and it was really a dude. I think it was really a girl who just, decided to. They call it a scat. No, they call it a catfish dumb. So, catfish domination. Yeah. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
So there's an increase of that, but that's because of the stupid gooners, man. I'm telling you, those dudes are fucking everything up.
Wait, what's gooner again? I forgot.
There's a bunch of simpy ass sadomasochistic dudes that go on Twitter and they jerk off to like porn, and then they tell these girls to take their money, and like the girl literally all she does is like send him videos and pictures, and they give her like $25 to $50 to like $100 just for that.
Yeah, that's the thing with especially when it comes to like the 8 out of 10 and above girls that were raised in the West. It's to the point where they every year they want you to touch them less. They don't want to give the full experience.
Nope.
They don't want to even be on like hoeing around. Like they're trying to do as least as possible to actually get their bodies used up. Versus especially like the average or the 6 out of 10s that are much more do that don't have the looks to be able to do that yet.
Yeah, but eventually they're gonna start doing it too, because all these hoes, they're trying to money max as much as they can from weak-minded men, and because of the red pill, they're aware of it. Trust me, because a lot of women are watching videos like that.
Oh yeah, no,
they do feel ashamed of selling their body because all they're trying to do is get with a high value male. That's all they're trying to do.
Yeah.
So the high value male dudes, the less body count she has, the more serious he's going to take her. So that's all they're trying to do. All these hoes they're all just trying to marriage max with like the baddest dude, like
that celebrity, the Chad or whatever.
Yeah, the whatever you want to call it, the highest value male. So that's all they're trying to do, and they can't get to him without her increasing her money and her status. She has the looks, but dudes at the top of the food chain, they don't give a fuck about her looks. All they care about is she going to be loyal or not. So if she has a high body count, he's gonna be like, nah, this is just another wannabe, gold digger, homaxing.
Yeah.
She's a homaxer.
There's a status among them. If one's a homaxer, they'll look at them like, ew, or low class.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there's almost no such thing as like a high-end Stacy. I mean, there are some, but they're usually like from some dinky town in Ohio. But like raised in the States, I mean, they're better off sugar baby maxing or just marrying off like a hedge fund manager from here or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like, it's frustrating for like maybe, because when I was into it, or some guys are very picky. They want like 8 out of 10. Like, okay, how much money are you bringing? Because either you're going to have to be spending like high-end escort money, or you're just going to have to find those hoes from Ukraine, from those Ukraine refugee maxing, or you're just not going to find it. It's really hard. If you're into like 6 out of 10s escort maxing, that's a brutal black pill truth. If you're into 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10s, that's the majority of the market in the escort world. 6 out of 10.
Exactly. Yeah, perfect. The way you described that was awesome. Yeah. They're mainly 6s and 7s. Yeah.
And I was kind of picky. I was like, if I'm going to do this, it has to be mostly 8s and ups, which was kind of good because that kind of made me not do it too much. But a lot of times I said I couldn't do it because their prices definitely were sometimes stupid, like stupid crazy, like old rich man kind of crazy. So, and there's just not many of them. There's just not many. They're the outliers.
It just keeps getting harder and harder every year to obtain the sex from women. And then you know who said it best himself? He's not even a black pillar, but he said a black pill phrase. It was TFM. He said the price of pussy has never been higher, and the quality of pussy has never been lower.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah. And even if you do get 8 out of 10, some of a lot of times they're not even like giving you good service. Like they're just laying there, or
Yep.
they're not feeding back into it. Sometimes you'd be like a lot of black pill, like 8 out of 10 Stacy lovers will be surprised. A 7 out of 10 or 6 out of 10 that's really into it will get you harder than like a 8 out of 10, like just robot.
Yeah, brutal.
It's freaking very brutal.
I think Based Escort Cell was telling me that he mainly messes with escorts now. I mean, that's his philosophy. So he's
Oh wow.
He's a hooker maxer like me, but I think he mainly hits up like 6s and 7s, and he rarely ever dips down to a 5. I'm the opposite. I've mainly hit on nothing but like fucking 4s, 5s, and 6s.
Yeah.
And I sure as hell ain't gonna pay no fucking like 3s, 2s, and 1s.
No.
I think I'll just put a mask on the 3s, and I won't fuck the 2s or the 1s.
Oh yeah, ones. I don't know if I've even seen like a 2 or like a very. I mean, I've seen some very old women, but yeah, you told me I think on Discord like that white women are very hard in Texas for the
even the old white women are hard. Unless she's like a fucking 5 in the phase, then she might just let you hit it for free. But you still got to spend money. You still got to take her out. Like I went to Applebee's a couple of months ago, and it was crowded, and like all the young girls, they were just talking to like the chat lights. There weren't even chads. I would say there were like normie lights and chat lights.
Yeah.
And like the old women that were there, either they were with their husbands or they were just single. And like one of the managers at the restaurant, she was like an older white woman. She looked like in her early 50s. She's the only one that like literally came up to me and started the conversation.
Oh wow.
You see why I'm a wall banger?
Dude, my dad, like he told me how at work, like this granny Latina woman was like hitting him up and like becoming like all cutesy and acting like a teenage girl around him.
I don't know about granny maxing. That's like women in their 60s and 70s. I haven't done that, but I've done the old women maxing like 40s and 50s.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the end of the day, it's kind of the delta is the same. Like for him, it's like 10 to 15 years older. So for you, it's like 30 plus 15 is like 45, I think.
Right. Yeah. But granny maxing is like women 40 years older than you. I think that's too much. I don't know if I'll ever go that far. I don't know. But usually I just mess with women in their 40s and 50s. 50s is the oldest I've literally fucked. That's the oldest.
Dang.
Yeah.
How is that? Like, how is it? I mean, is it the skin, I guess, a little more crinkled up?
Yeah, you can definitely feel more like a rubberized pussy.
Rubberized, there we go.
Yeah, it still felt good.
Still felt good, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It didn't feel great, but it felt really good.
Yeah.
So I fucked a woman, I think during Phobit, and she was 50. Yeah, she was 50 at the time, or 51. I think she was 51. So yeah, I was a coworker. She's been liking me, and I said, "Well, let's fuck." And it was in 2020.
Dang.
So,
Dang.
Yeah, I'm a wall banger, man.
Well, that's the thing. You get those opportunities, though. That's
yeah. I'm just taking advantage of them, man, before those goddamn opportunities run out.
Oh yeah. Do you I mean, I'm guessing you hit like there's small talk you do. You like warm approach you do?
Yeah, pretty much.
And then okay.
Older women like being more approached because they want to feel that attention. It makes them feel young. So you can use that to try to manipulate them to think that you really like them, but you just really want to fuck them.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're okay with that.
Yeah, because the thing about older women, the deception of them is that they also make you think like they'll give you that relationship, but really all they want to do is just want to fuck you.
Yeah, it's like you both kind of have the same goal.
Yeah, yeah. I've never really even heard of old women wanting to settle with a young guy because once again, their hypergamy kicks in, and if you don't have like a lot of money,
Hmm.
nah, there's no way in hell they're gonna settle for like some average or even especially a below average income. They're not gonna settle for that.
That
So
is, yeah. No, you'd be well. There, I mean, I know an outlier case. My friend and one of the some of the people he knows, groups he knows. There's this guy. I think he's 20, my age, around like 29, 28, and he married married a I think she's 44, 45.
damn.
Yeah,
And how old is he again?
he's 29.
Damn. Wow. Yeah, you're gonna see that more and more often.
Yeah. To to be fair, he is like very weird and awkward, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has like Asperger's or autism or something.
Whoa.
Um, so that's kind of why it makes sense, and I guess she's okay with it.
Yeah, because older women they just want a companion. That's it. They don't care too much about the sex or the money, depending
Yeah,
on her. Because like you said, there are some outliers.
yeah.
Some old women they'll just settle for you, even if you're like average income or even low income.
Oh no, he has very bad income. So
Oh,
yeah,
well, yeah. Well, that's yeah, below average income. But the only reason why she's doing it is because, like I said, usually old women that do that is number one because they know they're old, and number two is because they can control that relationship. It's going to be a
yes,
female-led
you're very
relationship.
wise for saying that because guess what? She makes really good income.
Oof.
They go on trips together, like boats and flying, and it's on Facebook and all that stuff.
Wow. Yeah, the older women like to be in control. That's why usually they can't get along with older men because older men are more assertive,
Oh yeah,
especially if he's like, let's say she's 50 and he's like 60 or 55. There's
yeah.
no way in hell those guys are gonna be led in a female relationship.
Oh yeah.
So all these when you hear these young marriages of these young dudes marrying women like in their 40s or 50s, it's usually because they're like submissive beta males.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
So it's a female led relationship.
And don't be surprised that thing is going on in the 20s, like guys in their 20, maybe mid 20s, marrying like a woman who's like in 29 or 30. I wouldn't be surprised if a good portion of those, like the girls, kind of alpha in those relationships too.
Yeah, because women are just being more masculinized more and more every
Masculinized.
year. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it's already being educated and everywhere. Just take a look at the UFC, take a look at the education system, take a look at
yep.
hero movies, She Hulk, Supergirl, all that shit.
Encanto.
Yeah, exactly.
I think my friend was telling me how Encanto, the guy changed their last name to the girl's last name, even if
Oh
they're not
god,
related. I didn't see the movie, but um, he was telling me about that.
that's like the most beta male, omega male thing to do is put for a man to put his wife's last name. Oh my god, that's like
Yeah,
triple, quadruple
yeah,
cookultry.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
That's in the movie. That's in the movie. Buzz Lightyear came out with the. Well, that was pretty quick. That was a lesbian kiss, but yeah, those people are in control. They know what they're doing.
yeah, I would never do that though. I would never. I don't care how desperate I was. I would never marry a woman. Like if a woman came to me and she was like attracted to me and she was like, I'll marry you and I'll never cheat on you.
Hmm.
But the one thing you have to do, and she'll even go as far as say, I'll be with you till death do us part. But if she told me I had to change my last name to hers, I'd be like, fuck no, hell
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Oh yeah.
That's like ultra omega beta
What do you
thing to
think?
do.
Yeah. What do you think of her keeping her last name, like, and not submitting to yours?
I think that's going to become the norm now. It's not only going to become more often; it's just going to be the norm.
Oh yeah.
They're going to have they're gonna have to make a law where she keeps her last name and you keep her last name, but y'all are still married.
Yep.
So I think you can find that in certain states already. I'm not sure, but definitely in Democratic states or even some Republicans.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, because Republicans, they won't be able to control that sort of wave. And so the government still wants you to get married because you make more money, so they tax you more when you're together.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna try to keep both parties happy. If it means for them to get them, for the government wants your marriage contract, right?
Yeah.
So if it means they get it, they'll do whatever they have to keep both of y'all happy. So they'll say, okay, he wants to keep his last name, she wants to keep her father's last name. Fair enough, but you'll still be under that marriage contract. You just won't have her last name, and she won't have yours. That's probably going to become more frequent now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that comes a little bit from the Latin American. That's kind of where it has some influence from there too, because a lot of girls there keep their last name, right?
Yeah. The only first known case that I heard and actually read about was from a blog. Unfortunately, I don't have it with me no more, but I had it on an very old phone. I found this really sad article where this so-called alpha male dude was exposing one of his cousins. And this was an article from 2008, and he was just upset, and he was kind of predicting. He was right about his prediction, though. He's predicting how the future male was going to be more beta, and they're going to start taking their wife's last name instead of their wives taking their last name. So it's like, holy shit, this guy was right. And this was an article from 2008.
Dang.
And I read about it barely, like I think in 2018, I think I found it. 2017. Yeah, really sad shit.
I mean, I was telling my friend how, like, especially with like the way the porn has become, like the angles now. I don't know, maybe you don't watch it anymore, but the angles now are more geared towards women as well. So it makes a man more homo, I think, the more he watches it, because the angles are just like zooming in on the guys a lot more. And I told my friend, like, I bet for our kids' generation, pegging is going to be normalized.
Oh man,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean the whole angle thing, you can even go as far as back as millennial porn, because even when I was like 15, 16, I was watching that shit, and they were already doing those angles. Like they're trying to push that shit more where women are the alpha now and men are the betas.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I know what you're talking about, because some of the porno that I would see back then, like the women would be on top and she would be pounding him instead, like not with the dildo, but like reverse cowgirl.
Oh yeah.
So she would be on top, and she would you'd be pounding the shit out of the guy, and the guy would be more like the submissive one. Like he wouldn't be gay or nothing; he would just be in the submissive position. But man, yeah, now you got something even worse. Now you got dudes getting skull fucked by women.
Wait, what's that?
Skull fucking usually is a dude that puts a woman on the edge of the bed, and her head is like hanging at the edge of the bed, and he's like literally inserting his ball sack and his wiener in her mouth, like pounding her skull away. That's why they call it skull fucking. Now you got women doing that to dudes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That's a very dominant position for a woman. It sends a very subliminal message.
Yeah. Well, they had dudes doing it. Now they got women doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. What was that movie? There's a movie about like some political movie. No, some Netflix movie. I think it came out like 6 years ago. And in one of the scenes, this black girl like pushes this white guy's head and like right down her crotch, and just like freaking bobs his head to it and all that stuff. It's just the most, and he just looked like the most beta bitch ever in that scene. And that's famous. That's like on Netflix and all that, and they got a lot of hits.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have a high-end society. There's a lot of soy boys, and they start to become emasculated. And the worst part of all this is that the men who partake in those actions, Now, not only are they allowing it, now they're liking it.
No, they like it.
It's
Yeah. No, they
worse.
love it.
Yeah,
They
because
love
you
it.
can't change them now. Now they're gone for good.
Well, I mean, and this might be. I heard this that boomer men, or was it silent generation men? I think it was silent generation because boomers were like the rebels, I think. But I think silent generation men didn't like eating pussy.
Oh.
You know, they thought it was like some beta shit to do. Um, and then I think boomers and Gen Xers like reversed, like changed that whole narrative and just gave like eating pussy.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh man. See that there was damn, that reminds me of something the dude told me. I heard older generations of dudes
Hmm.
saying it. There was this really old guy that told me a long time ago that you
Yeah.
shouldn't eat women because eventually that's gonna feminize you.
Hmm.
And man, was he right? Because
That's
I
where.
noticed dudes who start eating women's pussy, they start to become more like like bitchetized or
Yeah.
feminized.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some truth to that. If you put that on Reddit, like, or anywhere, or even on YouTube, like, you'll get so much like, okay, you won't eat a girl's pussy, then I'll eat your girlfriend's pussy. I'll steal your girl. But they don't know that Silent Generation thought that shit was cooked,
Exactly.
and slowly, these things just degrade away.
That's why I find it amazing that a lot of the shit like I don't know if it's considered black pill, but it's like more gynocentric.
Oh, okay.
Some guys like from boomers to fucking Gen Xers to millennials. When I was growing up, I would always hear them say, you know, pussy runs the world and pussy this and pussy
Oh,
that.
yeah,
And
yeah.
you can't escape pussy, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like so gynocentric, but it's so true though. It's like,
Men
look at
will
all
fight for pussy.
yeah. Like, look at the state of the manosphere. It's literally being ripped apart from within.
Yeah.
All these hoes, like real femme sapien, just pearly things. Lice LeBlanc,
Uh-huh.
all these women are invading the manosphere and they're getting like more views and more subscribers than the actual males of the
Oh,
manosphere.
yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking
I,
brutal.
I think there's more. You heard of the Reddit's female dating strategy, right?
I
No.
heard about it, but I don't
Yeah.
know it. No.
Oh, okay. It's just like a rule book for women. It's just like a rule book for women to handle um modern men, red pill men. It's like a red pill for women almost. Like
Well, they
make your
call
man pay as much. Huh?
that's what they call pink pilled for women. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's more unity. There's more of a strong force. Well, obviously they have more of a media backing. But anyways, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more unity and more what's the
Sisterhood.
word? Sisterhood among the women. More what's the good word? More positivity in the future. Well, I don't know, but yeah, sisterhood in the women movement. And now and then, like, you're right, they're getting more views, they're getting more support than the brotherhood. The brotherhood is kind of dying as the younger ones are liking this shit. Like, you notice we've had a from the 90s to 2010s, it was just this fight, this like fight. But I think as slowly, it's like the younger ones are just accepting it and liking it, and that's where it really is over. And it's over when you don't know it's over. That's the sad part.
That's even worse because you never had the chance to at least saw it coming and at least fight a response.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you're right. Like another thing too that's on the I mean it still happens, but not as often as older generations is young boys, they're fighting less and less against other boys. That used to be like a good thing to do because it would prepare you for the world.
Oh yeah.
But now these guys are not even fighting. They're just like
You
they're
mean
just
in
like
middle school and high school? You mean?
yeah,
Or
high school,
oh
middle
yeah,
school.
oh
I
yeah.
mean,
That was part of
college.
life.
Yeah, that was
Some
that was a thing, a part of life, manlyhood. But now it's
yeah.
like if anything, these dudes are just fighting the women because the women are so masculinized. These dudes
Hmm.
have to like fight back so that they don't get dominated by these
Oh
hoes.
yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, back then it was just part of growing up. I mean, yes, there's gonna be guys that I think it was taught to every man in the 50s and before, like, yeah, there's gonna be a guy that's bigger than you, but you don't back down. Even if you get
Exactly.
beat up, who cares? You don't back down. You look him in the eye and tell him, I don't care. I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah.
But now it's like with this whole Chad worshiping and stuff, like guys like are afraid to fight for themselves, even if the guy's bigger than them. And or even away from that, but like girls are criticizing the way men have been bred for the last whatever years, because they bring that stuff to the, and that's why I really don't think like they should be in. I don't think I made that video, but I made reasons why they shouldn't be in the workforce, because I've seen what happens when too much women enter a workforce.
Oh man.
They 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 destroy the way that men's efficiency into learning and growing works. They
Exactly.
just cuck the whole behavioral learning strategies that men are naturally made for.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And the automation thing's not helping at all either. Automated jobs.
Oh yeah.
That's my job right there, man. We got a new building coming up, and it's going to be mainly automated. They're still going to have people physically, but
Mm-hmm.
most of the work is going to be done by the automation.
Oh, no wonder you call yourself the oversphere.
Exactly. No, I mean it goes beyond just the realm of working or
Yeah, yeah.
dating. I mean, it's just overall, like human wise, the species won't even be in contact with one another. That's what the oversphere is. That's where it's getting to. And
Yeah.
once it gets to that, it's either going to fix itself or it's literally going to die off. And that is completely, definitely over for both species, both genders.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been listening to more scientists and anthropologists saying that like the civilization um only probably has like a certain amount of 100 years left, maybe like 200 years left on this
Yeah.
earth. Um, but I don't
And
know. I don't know how. I haven't gone in too deep, but I've been reading some of those stuffs.
I got a little bit deep into that a couple of years ago, and they said that the future of the human race, if it does progress, like sexually wise, you can
Hmm.
forget about homogeny. It's gonna be all miscegenation. Like it's literally gonna be nothing but the race pill. Like you won't see white women anymore. You won't see.
Oh.
It's gonna be nothing but mixed breeds. You're gonna see like half white, half black, half
Hmm.
Mexican, half Salvadorian, or
Yeah.
half brown, half white, half brown, half black, half
Yeah.
yellow, half black, half yellow, half white.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It would be nothing but like mongrels of people, mutts of people.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
race bill seems to be more of the future.
Well, I even when someone's mixed, I think the way genetics work. I don't know. I don't know if you know too much about that, but I think the way genetics work is it kind of chooses one of them, because one of the phenotypes, and it does. There's some mixing, but I think the human's definition of a race is very, very based upon like what they think it looks like, as opposed to like actual mathematical computation of their racial makeup.
Well, I would
Um,
agree with that, but the only problem with that is that look at the blacks. Like, how many black women do you see that are actually like light skinned and they
uh-huh.
they almost look like a white girl, but they still choose and prefer to act like with a black woman, or they'll stick more to like black people instead of
Ah, like light skinned blacks. Yeah.
yeah. That's why I say that would be true if that didn't happen, but it's not entirely true because there's if the genetic doesn't choose it, the person's gonna choose it. Like, look at fucking Blood In, Blood Out. Miklo, he
Hmm.
was like a fucking white boy all the way. Blue eyes, literally
Yeah.
blonde hair and white
Yeah.
skin.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
chose Mexicans over whites.
Well, that's because his dad was white.
No, his mom was Mexican and
Yeah.
his dad
His,
was white.
his dad was white.
But he could have still fit the description of a white boy.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's definitely definitely is just a white boy.
So his genetics chose basically predominantly white, but why is it that he chose the Mexicans over the whites?
Oh,
How do you explain that?
that's a cultural push from something that he was more inclined to think like based on his environment.
Because
And
I
I
know
understand what you mean, like with the blacks. Like if it's a light, that's the thing that's got to be that I think we are talking about last time. If I have sex, if you marry a black and you procreate with it, and you're bringing them into this BLM country, all that
they're gonna
pro
choose
woke, they're
that
gonna.
more over your Hispanic
Oh
heritage.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
So like what you're trying to say is that genetics are going to somehow balance out that part where if they're one race more, they can't
hmm
be that. They're going to be basically either one or
yeah,
they're going to be both. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. Either way, the person is going to choose based on whatever they prefer.
yes,
So it's hard, dude. It's brutal because the race bill it can backfire very bad, or it can actually be very good. It's either or. Either
yeah,
it
yeah,
backfires really horribly for you, or it
yeah.
actually sends you even further. You just don't know.
Well, where we have this experiment of how do you say miscegenation,
Miscegenation.
miscegenation at Brazil. Brazil, I mean, a bunch of blacks and whites, and a lot of them mixed together, and a lot of them, like the average Brazilian, it looks like Ronaldo, like the old school Ronaldo, like a light skinned black with maybe a little bit of Brazilian native or something like that.
You talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, the soccer player?
No, the Ronaldo from Brazil from like the
Oh,
2000s.
oh, okay.
But like like your oh, let me see. But yeah, there's just like that's the average Brazilian is like some
Mutt.
mulatto. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. That's what's probably going to be the future of America. Is you're going to have another Brazil.
yeah. And even in Brazil, the whites are still at the top. Even if they're all mixed, the whites are the richest and the blacks are the poorest.
That's crazy, yeah. Because I noticed that Brazil literally has like white women, like literally, and they
Oh
actually
yeah.
look sometimes even better than actual white women. They're
Oh
like
yeah. They never mixed
tall,
out.
yeah. They're like tall and like man, big boobs. Like,
Blonde. Oh yeah.
oh man, yeah, dude. They
Yeah.
look 10 times better than an actual white woman. It's weird.
Well, if that's true, then that's probably a mutt.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just
She's a
a
mutt.
white girl who has a little bit of something else.
Yeah, she has a little bit of everything else. Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess you prefer that to an actual white girl.
Yeah, because an actual white girl, I mean,
Pretty
the
flat.
one, huh?
They're usually flat, right?
Well, if you get one with good genetics, she's gonna be a bitch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like I was talking to, because I be Twitter maxing. I talked to a Ukrainian hoe that lives
Yeah.
in Italy. She left Ukraine because of the shit that's
Yeah.
going on, and
Yeah.
she moved to Italy, and she's 6'6". And I was like trying to talk to her and flirt with her, and she's like, "No, sorry, I don't like your height. You're cute, but I don't like your height."
Wait,
I'm like,
6'6"?
"Yeah, she was 6'6".
Jeez.
But I did that to prove that even poor white women in
Oh yeah,
third
yeah.
world countries don't give a fuck about your LMS. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, man.
No, I
All of
told you,
this-
man. Africa's the only way where they're just gonna say, "Oh, you're American. You have the visa," and then that's the only place, man.
Well, I wouldn't just say Africa. I would honestly say I would put the top 5 last frontier countries for incels. I would say
I meant
well, I don't know
Nigeria.
the first 3. I would say the last one is definitely Africa, and then before Africa is Brazil. I don't know the first 3. I don't know them, but I know the last one and second last one. The last one is Africa, and the second last one is Brazil for incels to ascend as far as passing their genes or their children or whatever to procreate. But the first 3 countries, I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I would probably say Mexico's number 3.
Yeah.
And then number 2 would probably be what? I don't know.
Philippines, Thailand. They're very short.
Maybe. Yeah. But those countries are becoming more feministic. So
Oh yeah.
I don't know how much time there's left for if you want a Philippine max. I don't know.
Well, if you're white, it's like shooting. It's very easy. If you're ethnic, then it's probably just as hard as you as a typical Filipino male. But I was having a conversation with my Vietnamese friend, and me and him think that like Southeast Asia is westernizing more quickly than Latin America. So Latin America is probably one of the last frontiers before you have to go to Nigeria and Africa.
Well, that's why I said I would say Central America would probably be number one, and number two combined, and then number three would be Mexico, and then number four would be Brazil, and then after Brazil, it is literally Africa. And not a lot of dudes are gonna want to choose Africa because a lot of white cells, they just don't like it. Literally, it's not that they're racist; it's just that they don't find black women attractive.
Oh yeah.
Like, have you looked into like the Tinder thing? Like, which category of women was the least desired?
Yeah,
it was actually black women.
Black women, yeah, black and Indian.
It's always for men. I think it's Asian. Yeah. For women, it's black. Like the majority of men in the world do not prefer black women overall. So you could say they're the femcells of the femcell world, I guess.
Yeah, there's actually a recent study I saw on, I don't know where, but like very, very recent, like written in 2022, and Asian men were like, I think doing better than black cells, and I think they were on par with white guys. This is per like very recent dating stats, and I'm not surprised because on a lot of those dating apps, it's based for very it's a feminist woman bias in all kinds of dating apps because all the CEOs of the dating apps are women.
Yep.
So women are on there like to choose, and women that like to be chosen most of the time are not on dating apps. You have to get them through conquering them in social circles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's the only way that I think ethnic cells can ascend is social circle. I mean, black and Hispanic cells is social circle, which is why if you want to ascend as a black or Hispanic guy, and you can't just limit yourself on dating apps, like I think white guys or Asian guys.
You have to travel max at least.
Oh yeah, you have to at least travel max and leave the computer or leave your phone, whatever.
Unless you don't mind race pill mixing or race pill maxing, then you'll be fine. So, but I think go ahead.
No. Yeah. Because like I said, like I went to my girlfriend's, like I went to some quinceañera parties. All the Hispanic girls were with Hispanic guys. I mean, I didn't see any JBW or JBA. Like all the Hispanic guys didn't meet them through dating apps.
Yeah.
It's just
No, the dating apps are a waste of time, and so are the dating websites because they're all going to choose based on, the top 20% or the top 30%, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like if you're definitely just better off saying if you're under 6 feet, it's over. You got to go somewhere else.
Yeah. You can play if you're 6 feet or 5'10".
Yeah. But if you're under 5'10", because women are going to go based on average height. So the average height, I think, all over the world is at least 5'9" to 5'10". So if you're below 5'9", 5'10", it's a done deal. Like, don't even try.
Well, you know what's interesting? Even at the same height of 5'5", a 5'8" girl in a 6 foot average country is not gonna want to date a 5 foot guy because 5'5" because you're so below the average. But if that 5'8" girl is in the Philippines or in Peru, where the average guy maybe is 5'5", she will be more inclined to date you.
Exactly.
She's been normalized. She's like, oh well, that's the average guy. If I don't date that, then I'm femcell.
Yeah. So
that's another interesting thing is I realized.
Yeah, I'm glad you told me that because that's an antidepressant.
Yeah.
Oh boy, but see, the problem with me is that I don't think I think the only thing I have with the picky cells in common is that I'm picky. Like, especially if I'm going to marry or ascend or breed children, I'm not going to do it with short women. I mean, no, I just don't. I don't like them for children. It's going to have to be a woman taller than me. It just has to be.
Dang, you have to geomax to an impoverished country.
Exactly.
That's my advice.
No, I'm definitely going to do that, but I just got to save the money. I'm already starting to save and see what happens because that's the only way I see myself. Like for guys, for short guys, because I'm not the only one. There's definitely a few more short guys. that just prefer tall women, like overall, not only just to marry, but also to fuck and have children.
Yeah.
So short guys are going to have to really go either to like Brazil or Africa, where the women are like literally 5'10" and up.
Yeah, Nigeria is really good if you have an American passport visa.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to try Africa to like I said, black women are not on my number one, procreational list.
Yeah.
But they're definitely on the list. They're just not the first. So if I'm gonna procreate, Max, if I'm gonna want to have children, it's gonna have to be with either a mixed breed of a white woman or a mixed breed of a Hispanic. I won't choose a black woman till literally the last. And not because I just don't like them. I just prefer white women or Latin women.
Yeah.
Even though I've actually slept with far more black women, but I just, when it comes to children, I don't want to have children with a black woman, not until I maximize my other options.
Other options, yeah.
Yeah. So like if I were to go to Ukraine, that would be my first stop. Like if I had a lot of money, I would stop by Ukraine and see which white woman that's like 5'10" and up would literally give me children, and maybe hopefully try to build a family if possible. And if not, I'll move on to like Brazil or something like that.
Yeah, that's your first stop, huh? Because I noticed you had some hopium in you last time I talked about Lithuania or Ukraine or like the Eastern Europe impoverished countries.
Yeah, because I'm the same as black cells and white cells. Every white cell, every black cell, every brown cell, yellow cells, we all have white women syndrome.
Yeah. Oh,
we all prefer white women. Literally, like that's what I've seen from the incel sphere and the manosphere is that every guy has a thing for white women. Every guy.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's a biological thing, I guess, but you also got to count in
the
how
media.
social media. Yeah. It's like always showing you
a Barbie doll.
There you go. So it's not my fault entirely, but you can see why I'm so influenced by that.
Yeah, it's all around us, and I mean, the white woman over there, like a Ukrainian 8. Well, this is a funny joke. A Ukrainian 6 is a US 8.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think you're definitely right about that.
You should join the forum, Swoop the World. I'm sure you've probably maybe been on there.
No, not even.
Okay, join. Let me see if it's. Let me just see my phone if it's even still up.
Is that a website?
Yeah, it's a website of Geomaxers.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Oh, there's geomaxme.com or geomax.me, but it's not that active.
It's literally called that, Geomax?
Yeah, geomax.me.
Wow.
But I think it's mostly Zoomers, and a lot of them don't even travel. Like they're just fantasizing of traveling.
No, man.
With some testimonies here and there. I think Swoop the World has more like guys with. Yeah, it's still up. Yeah, join swooptheworld.com. They talk about like what's the best country for this year. They've been saying they've been saying like Poland has been over since like the early thousands. But yeah, I think the best ones are Bulgaria, Ukraine, the war, so I don't know, but Bulgaria, Ukraine, Lithuania, Estonia. But you have to speak the language.
That's where I want to go, Estonia. That's like the last frontier for white women, for white cells, and every guy that has a white women syndrome, Estonia is literally like your last frontier of hope.
You should learn the language, though. I think.
Yeah, there was a Asian guy who went to Estonia because he had white women syndrome.
Yeah,
and he actually ended up ascending. So,
did he look Korean? Because a lot of them like Korean BTS looking guys too.
Yeah, he had glasses on. He had a nerdy look to him. He got with like a fucking 5'11" white woman. Fucking beautiful.
I believe it. Yeah. Well, to be honest, any country that is limited on immigration, you'll get that exotic bonus to you. If a country's open to immigration, it's kind of over for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
so you need those.
Fuck it up.
Yeah. Because a lot of those girls are willing. Not a lot of them, but a lot of those girls are very curious about you, even though their dads might disapprove of you, maybe.
They're just trying to get to know you, see how you make them feel, see if you're worth marriage. Because in those countries, they're all about monogamy. They still want marriage to be the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why, because they know it creates strong nuclear families. That's why.
But that's the thing. I don't know if you can hop around with between each of those countries because their languages are different.
Oh
Maybe I
man,
would recommend
yeah,
you maybe just to learn Russian or something. I
yeah,
don't
because
know.
they all have to have one dominant language, but so many of them have dialects too. That's even worse.
Yeah, this is why it's so easy for a white guy to just geomax in Latin America. It's just one language, Spanish. But imagine an ethnic guy trying to do Eastern Europe. Like, I don't. That's got to like 5 languages you have to learn.
There's so many
Harder.
poor. They're not like third worldish, but there's so many poor white countries that people don't know about, like Kosovo, Bosnia. Bosnia is a white country. They're poor
Croatia
as shit.
is another one.
Oh, I didn't know Croatia was poor.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're poor either. They
I
could
think
be, but
I think Malta's poor. I think Malta's a white. It's like a white island. It's literally very poor.
yeah,
Malta.
Hungary.
Ooh, Hungary's even
Yeah,
worse.
I forgot to tell you about that one. Yeah,
Yeah, I actually talked to I know a guy on Discord. His
yeah,
name is Czeslovaki. He's a MGTOW red pill guy from Hungary,
yeah.
and he says there's a lot of poor white women there. So I might go visit him. Shit,
Well, a
it's not
lot of
joking.
them. Yeah, you should. I mean, a lot of them like well, even when I was talking to some, even in Peru when I traveled there, like a lot of times you'll be hot. Doesn't mean shit there. Like you'll get mocked by like some foreigner, old fat guy who has money.
Damn.
Yeah, money is king sometimes in those places. Sometimes.
Yeah, money definitely outweighs the looks in certain countries like that.
Yeah,
So I just think it comes down really to the guy, depending what woman he wants, what kind of ethnic, racial women he wants the most. I think he has to provide or over provide
yeah,
for that region that he wants, so that way he can stand out or
yeah.
at least
But
meet the
mhm.
standard of what she's looking for.
But you know what? You need an in. So that guy could help you out if he's willing to help you out. You need an in to some social circle of some sort.
Oh yeah, that's right. Damn, I
Yeah.
forgot about it. Shit.
You can't just like stranger max unless you know the language and you just ask for directions and you just go to different bars and wait at Starbucks with your laptop and linger around. Like you really need an in. Sorry
Damn.
to say.
No, you're right. That makes more sense. Otherwise, you're that
Or else
creeper.
you're getting if you're getting the girls that are willing to like accept any foreigner guy, you might be attracting more like the less marriage material woman. For the marriage material woman, you need an in.
Yeah, there you go. You broke that down perfectly. Yeah,
Yeah,
because every country, even in the poor white countries, they still have some sort of liberalism.
yeah,
So those liberal women will probably be more open minded to like a stranger approaching her
yeah.
versus a homogenous, monogamous,
Oh yeah, I know.
you know,
No, yeah.
conservative woman. You know.
I mean, there's a chance, but it's just much lower.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah,
Man, it's brutal. I'm telling you, that's why I call it the oversphere, man. Because the oversphere is coming for every guy, man.
yeah, yeah. I mean, if I was still single and I wanted to like Ukraine max or Eastern Europe max, I could give a guy an in to maybe some girls I know, cousins I know, but he'd
That's
have to give an in back.
that's crazy though. Didn't you tell me you were just at Hong Kong or where was it that you went?
Oh yeah, yeah. My one of my friends, he wanted to go to Hong Kong and he didn't want to go alone, and then I was like, I'm not going, dude. And then I was like, "Ah, fine, I'll just say I'm going to San Diego or TJ, and I'll come with you, all right? He didn't want to go alone. He doesn't know the language, Spanish that well, so I helped him
But
out.
the Spanish is spoken in Hong Kong.
Not really, but it's just easier to get around Mexico. But to be honest, yeah, you don't really need it.
So
But it was his
how the
first
hell did
time.
you maneuver Hong Kong if you went?
No, I did go with him.
You didn't?
I did.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How did you maneuver being in Hong Kong if you didn't know the language?
No, you don't understand. I was in the Hong Kong. It's a strip club in Tijuana.
Oh, okay. I thought you went to the literally Hong Kong in China.
No, 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 no.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the
Yeah,
Hong Kong of Mexico. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
I guess you haven't heard about it, huh?
No, no, I haven't. No.
Okay, you should look it up. Once you look it up, like you'll be happy with that rabbit hole. But It's like a 3-story strip, like the biggest strip, like one of the biggest strip clubs in Tijuana or Baja California or Mexico, even maybe, I don't know. It's like 3 stories, and
Damn.
there's like girls everywhere, dude. Like just walking around, and like you pick them up like $100, and then you go upstairs, like built in a hotel, and you go upstairs and bang her if you want.
Nice.
Um, but the $100 is for like 30 minutes, so it's
Well, the more you pay, the more you play. No.
well, yeah, um, yeah, $100 is 30 minutes. So I guess compared to the U.S., that's California. I think $300 is 30 minutes, so it's like 1/3 the price here. Yeah, and yeah, they were young. A lot of them are young. A lot of them are like 24, 23. Um, but there are a lot of like 30-year-olds too, but it's mostly like 20s. So it's kind of like a guy's heaven. So I
Well, for
just
the
like,
guys that have
okay,
young girl syndrome, yeah.
yeah. So yeah, he had his fun, and yeah, I asked him if it's like your only time. He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, we'll see if you get hungry for it months later. But
Did you pimp him
yeah,
out at least? Did you get some
I
some
helped
money?
him. I helped him out. Yeah,
I hope he paid you at least something.
he got 4 girls.
No, I'm saying you at least I hope he gave you something like money or I don't know
Oh
something.
no, yeah, no, he always helps me out.
Oh, okay.
This is something that's really when both of us make decent, I guess, decent money, and I guess that happens when you make. It's kind of funny, kind of messed up, but we make decent money, so sometimes we'll be like owing each other like $1,000 or a little more,
Oh
and then
man.
like, oh yeah, I owe you money. Like, oh yeah, my paycheck comes tomorrow, I'll pay you back. And it's like, oh okay. So yeah, man, he's a good. I trust him, and so that's why I was like, all right, let's go.
Nice. Well, that's good. Yeah, I don't know though about Mexico, man. I'm fucking scared.
Oh yeah.
All the shit going on over there. I don't know about Mexico, man. I'd probably go anywhere else but that, but there.
Oh no, the Mexico we went to is really safe. Like just by the border, but like going more inland, yeah, I don't know. Uh, Tijuana is like really close to the border, so I don't even know if it's like that dangerous. I will say there was like some cartel thing that happened like months ago, but it's um it's pretty safe now.
I
At
hope
least
so.
at
'Cause,
Mexico.
you know, they know when they know why you're there. They can tell. They can stand out. Even if you're Hispanic, they can tell. Like just by looking at you and trying to read you, they can tell why you're just there. They know it's just for the women.
Oh
So
yeah.
you got to be
No.
careful because they
Yeah,
might.
no. I
Hit
I
you.
was I was kind of fearful at first, but of all that. But
That
when you're
happens a
there,
lot in
it's
Colombia.
huh?
So that happens a lot in Colombia. A lot of guys get robbed when they go over there when they try to sex max.
When I was on the Swoop the World forums, that was happening. Users from there were saying they got robbed, and some of them even like beat up um, for strip club maxing and all that stuff.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not too fond of foreigners coming there just to fuck their women. They don't like that. Unless you want to marry their women. And basically, again, if you embrace their tree, that's the only way they'll respect you. So,
Yeah.
man, I'm telling you, the cooker key's just as big as the oversphere.
The what? The cuckoldry?
Yeah, cooker key.
No, but like what's cucked?
Well, if you marry their women, you're
Oh.
implementing their culture.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
And
yeah.
then now you got to stay in their country, which is not yours. So you got to promote and embrace their culture and their marriage and their teaching. So therefore, you're being cuckolded.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's true.
Because, like I said, if you're just there to fuck them, they don't like that because you're taking advantage of their women, even though you're actually paying them. I don't see what's the problem. I guess they just prefer you marrying their women than just using them. You know,
Yeah,
every country's
yeah,
different. You
that's
know how they
true. There's an Asian guy I know. I think his name is Where's West? No, Where's West? Yeah, Where's West? He got tired of the LA the stuff that LA guys have to deal with, and he just packed his bags and moved to Colombia. And yeah, he's all Asian. He's Chinese or whatever. Then he married a Colombian woman, a couple of years older than him, and like he lives there. He's acts and embrace Colombia.
Yeah, man, it's one way or the other. Even if you ascend, if you escape and sell them, if you escape, I mean, the black pill you can't escape it because it's always going to be about genetics and looks
Yeah,
and status. So there's no escaping the black pill. But if you can definitely escape the inceldom. But even if you do, all that's going to do on a positive scale. Let me not be too negative, but on a positive scale, let's say a guy ascends in another country, boom, he gets his family, he gets his marriage,
yeah,
he
yeah,
lives happily ever after, right? That's on a positive scale. On a negative scale, he does that, and then even in that country, she might even end up divorcing him. So all that's going to do is lead him back to being a MGTOW or a MISTOW.
oh yeah,
So it's brutal, dude. These women, I think they're having like a biological shift all over the world. It's not just here in America. There's like this biological shifting that women are having when it comes to mate selecting.
oh yeah. It's well, with the internet and smartphones. I mean, even in like in Peru, and most of my cousins, female cousins, like there's no, they're just career maxing hard. So at least my mom has my dad as a boyfriend in their 20s. So it's not different from here. I will say they're just less promiscuous, and they're
Hoey,
yeah, than LA girls, Cali girls, coastal girls.
I bet
Yeah,
$100.
yeah.
They probably got a body count of less than 20.
And it's funny because I see these what like these articles like the best city to raise a family in California, and it names all these beach areas, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? These are where the most of like oversphere girls grow up in, and it's like
Exactly.
this article saying like these are the best places to raise a family.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
just like scoffed. Yeah,
Yeah, it's all liberal bitches controlling the narrative.
yeah.
Did you finish watching at least a little bit or most of the link I sent you about Zero, how he explains how powerful feminism is?
I saw the first two videos. Is
All
that
the
the one,
way?
or did you send me one recently?
No, I sent you. I think I only sent you one.
I think I did, and I remember I remember I couldn't disagree with any of it, and it was very well written or said. Is that channel that supposedly he doesn't upload anymore?
Zero, yeah, I think Zero stopped uploading because he knew it was only a matter of time before they would cancel him. That's why he talked about censorship as part of feminism. They don't want the
Yes.
message to be spreading.
Well, the thing is, censorship is very tied to feminism because even when you're arguing with a woman, there are a lot of times where they don't want you to keep talking. They
Yeah.
just want you to shut up. And well, okay. The thing is, women are very trigger heavy. So if if you keep on insisting on one topic, they will start having an emotional fit because that's the way women are built. They have these emotional triggers, and so their logic goes out the door if you hit any one of them triggers. Yeah.
I love how you're explaining that. Very smart. Keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah, so they have emotion. So if you go into any one of these triggers, then logic goes out the door. And no matter if I don't care if she's a Cambridge master's PhD graduate, she will still act like a 12-year-old little girl. With if she gets one of these triggers hit, because I've dealt with quote unquote smart girls because of my family, and I've hit these triggers before, because I know how to hit these triggers, and they will go in an emotional fit. So a lot of times when it comes to women, that's why a lot of guys preach don't argue with women because there really has to be a stopping point because they don't want you to continue after a certain point. So for women, it's just a much bigger, easier hassle to just shut you up or censor things you say, even if they're offensive. I mean, even if they're true. So they don't like. Well, one, women hate accountability. Um, a lot of times, but two, they don't like truths that aren't spoken with a soft voice. They want truths spoken in a very nice way. They want truths that are catered to appease, to not sound mean. When a lot of times for efficient truths, it has to sound efficient. And if that's mean, that's mean.
Exactly.
But girls aren't catered that they aren't built that way. So that's what I was talking about in the workforce. Like they are changing the way the workforce is. Like they're making things very soft. They're making things you have to have. There's these workshops at my old firm is very feminist, and you have to say things differently. You have to be careful of trigger words. Like they're disruptive in general.
That's why I don't always agree with the black pill when they say that men are the romantics and women are the logicals. Like, no, motherfucker, women are still emotional. It's like, yeah, when I guess when it comes to love, men are the romantics and women are the logical ones. But when it comes to other things, I would always say and argue that women are just still always overall more emotional than men.
Oh yeah,
because of what everything you just said. You explained that perfectly well.
yeah. Well, it's recorded, so hopefully, if that's. But yeah, that's how I feel about it, man. That's
No, not only
and,
how you feel, you know about it.
yeah, no, because the thing is, my brain is the complete opposite of how they think. So in my early 20s and stuff, um, the thing is, early 20s girls, they don't like they want a how do you say it, like what really turns off women, especially in their younger ages, is a responsible man. They don't want a responsible man. They don't want a long-term minded man. They want a man that can kind of feel her on her level. And a lot of times in those early ages, or maybe throughout their whole 20s, they're very short-term minded. They're very impulse. Um, they're very susceptible to impulses, short-term
Yes.
thinking. So if you're a long-term minded guy, if your analytical IQ is too high, and you're going to these pickup artist conventions trying to get low, short-term minded women, sustainably, it's just not going to work because your brain is just it's on a completely different wavelength. So I noticed that as I got into my mid 20s that like what's wrong with me? Like why can't I get these hoes? And really, it's like our especially Western women, their brain, the impulse is just they're looking for a destructive man, almost a suicidal man. So that's when I started realizing, like, started observing why they get triggered, why they fight, why they get dramatic. And that's when I realized that they are inferior. They're not efficient in the workplace. In my opinion, I think men are good at being efficient, and I think women are naturally good at being consumers. Because even when women hang out, a lot of times, think of the ways they hang out. The ways they hang out are very consumption based or inefficient. They'll go on a couch, they'll watch TV, they'll watch Netflix, they'll get a pedicure, they'll just relax. When men hang out, a lot of times we're doing something. We're solving a puzzle, or we're playing video games, we're hiking. It seems like there's some sort of objective and some sort of survival objective.
Expression, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I'm able to critique them as much as I can.
Well, I agree with everything you said. The only thing I'll say is that where I fuck up is that I can be very strong-minded, and boy, do I have some long arguments with them. And you're right, they don't seem to shut up. But you know what I've done in those cases? I get fucking violent with them. It's only a matter of time before they book my ass to jail, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's old school. That's old school. Slapping a woman, especially when she gets into her feminine state. That's pretty old school stuff there. But you're not supposed to like beat her up, but you're supposed to like slap her back into sense.
No, I've never hit a woman unless she hits me. Like even like sometimes like what the most I've done is restrain a woman from hitting me.
Mm-hmm.
Or I would hit her back. Like one woman, what did she do? I think one time it was in the workplace. She pushed me, she grabbed me by my shoulders and kind of shoved me to get, like she was trying to push me, slam me to like a wall. And so the most I did was I pushed her and she fell on her ass. and then after that, she didn't do anything.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah, I think that's the most I've done. But I've been so close to like smacking and like literally punching them in the face, and I
Dang.
would do it, man. And I don't care what happens after. But I just haven't gotten there because before it ever gets there, they see that I'm just not going to stop, and they just
Yeah.
kind of back off.
They know you're
So
not playing.
I think I would have definitely gotten into it with the cougar, the Michelle. I think if things went wrong, we would have ended up fighting.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because she told me she liked the way I was, but she said that if she ever gets to be in her emotional state, that we were gonna fight. So
Yeah. Well, that's the pros and cons. Incels got to know, or anyone got to know, that if you don't want to deal with drama, you can get a robotic woman. But there's no sweetness you get from robotic women.
no.
You don't get that, oh, how's it? And they'll just like being sweet with you, like a wife. Like you're not gonna get much of that.
Well,
But
that's what I noticed about cougars is that's why I like being more of a cougar maxer or a cougar chaser, even though I literally haven't done it in years.
yeah,
But when I did do it, I get that high dopamine where it's a real woman. It's not a fucking robot or it's not a sex worker. It's like a real woman that
yeah,
likes me back.
yeah. No,
So
yeah, that's very true.
the only problem with old women is that they ain't gonna back out, man. I've argued with old women and they love to fight. They love to fight. The good thing about old women is that they won't call the cops on you. It's the little young bitches that call the cops on you.
Oh, young girls are, yeah, very cop heavy. I mean, it reminds me of these, like the latest time I went to a strip club like a while ago. The thing is, in general, around my whole life, I'd always would get into fights with like young Karens or Stacy's, just because they really treat guys like crap, and then I can't. Sometimes I take it, but sometimes I just can't take it anymore. So I just fight back.
Yeah,
But
man. I
you know
don't
what I
blame you.
mean? But like one time at a strip club, this girl sat on my lap, or no, she sat in the chair in front of me, and then we were just talking. Yeah, we were just talking, and I had my water bottle that the club gave me, and then she's like, yeah, she's just introducing me like, oh, you're cute, like, oh yeah, whatever, and just like, hi, and then she got my water bottle, and then she started drinking it, and I just said, wait, what are you doing? And then we just like and then she said, I'm just doing a birdie. You acting like I was gonna drink your water bottle. And then I said, yeah, but you don't do that. You at least ask. Something like that I said. And then she's like, what? I wasn't even do it, bitch. Like she's just starting to like talking ghetto talk, but like nah, nigga, can't you see I was doing a birdie? Like what the heck's wrong with you? Something like that. And then I told her like, first of all, I'm not nigga. This is my name, and you don't act that way around people. You don't get their water bottle. And then after that, it was really nice. I got into my masculine state, and because after that, we were just talking a bit, yelling at each other just a little bit, and then I just said, "Walk away, just walk away. I'm done talking to you." And she did not like that. That I just like shifted the rotating chair around and just told her to walk away. Like I don't have to walk away. And then she's just sitting there, and obviously if she just sits there, she's not going to make any money. So she had to walk up and go away. And then she just took my water bottle and stole it. Damn. And that's not just one occasion. That happened on like more than one occasion with stripper girls that like think they're princesses.
I'm listening.
No, that was it.
Oh
but yeah, that happens like every now and then. There's I haven't had much encounters with like old woman Karens, but I've had encounters with like young Stacy Karens.
Oof.
Yeah. And they want guys to just especially if you're not her Chad ideal, they just want you to like suck up to them.
Yeah, submit.
So that's submit. And I don't want to be a cuck, so I don't do that sometimes.
That's good. Always embrace your masculinity, man, because believe me, they'll like you more that way, even if they don't. It's like they'll still respect you at least more than being a pushover beta. That's the sad black pill truth about women is that even when you cuff up, step up to them, they will
Yeah.
still like you more. They just won't tell you.
Oh
Versus of
yeah.
being, oh, okay, my goddess, you are my goddess. I'll bend the
Yeah.
knee. That's why
Yeah.
blue pillars always fail.
Well, if you think about it, the natural women, they're just a cuck. Like that's what they are. That's how they're built. Like they like being dominated over in the grand scheme of things.
Well, you can't. I can see why you say metaphorically they're a cuck, but that's not their role. Their role is to be feminine. That's
Yeah,
why.
yeah, exactly. I know that's a dumb way to that might be a dumb way to put it, but it's like yeah, that's their role. So if you're trying to like act like them, like they're not going to respect you.
Yeah, because they'll be like, "Why do you have a penis?"
Yeah, but yeah, girls these days just want a lot of there's a big follower culture. So it's like, especially if they're attractive, they're very expected to be around like simps and have her follower like a queen bee in her drones.
But you know who's pushing that agenda? I doubt it's really women. I think it's more of the men. I think it's the weak-minded men who love being dominated and being all that beta shit. I think it's men who are pushing that agenda, and they're pushing it so far much down women's throat that women are just like giving up on masculine men, and that's why they're just kind of taking the lead.
Mm-hmm.
However, if that were
That's
true,
true.
you wouldn't have so many incels either, because then those women would pick up the emasculated incels. But I think women are biology is going to always win. So women are like not going to lie to themselves and be like, why would I want this beta male as my husband when my role is to still be feminine? And I mean, look at the evidence. Who do they keep picking over all the time? It's just Chad and Tyrone, Chad and Tyrone.
Yeah, but it's not. But I do think, even it's controversial, I do think it's not the alpha, like the macho alpha Chad and Tyrone. It's the beta simpy Chad and Tyrones.
Oh,
I
yeah,
I,
I think you're right. But Chad and Tyrone are not usually simpy. I mean,
I think they're ideologically beta, but I don't think their behavior is beta.
oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I think they're okay with the world the way it's going, and they're okay with women changing their last name. I think they're okay with hypergamy. I think they're okay if the woman makes the decisions in the household. Like that's how I mean it.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying totally. But I'm talking like physically wise. I don't think
Uh,
even Chad and Tyrone would go that to that extent of emasculation. I think it's usually the chat lights and the normie lights to normies that go that far for women.
mm,
But I don't think somebody
yeah,
like fucking like what's his name? I'm trying to think of a Chad like I don't think someone like Chris Hemsworth, or you can actually say, actually, you know what? I don't think somebody like who's a Chad that's
Chris
not
Hemsworth is married to a woman that's 10 years older than him.
exactly. Yeah, so that's a bad example. He's a good example for talking about a blue pill Chad,
Jason Momoa too.
right? Um, I would have to say it's that's why they're not good examples of a red pill Chad. I would say they're blue pill Chads, but a red pill Chad that is what I'm trying to define would be somebody
Yeah,
like God damn it. It can't be a Hollywood actor.
yeah.
Maybe
All
so.
Hollywood actors are cucks. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe Sylvester Stallone. No.
Yeah, he's older, so maybe if he got his wife back in the day. But I'm just, we might disagree, but I think like it's almost a negative these days to exert too much masculinity. Like you get bonus points for being ideologically kind of beta.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I
But
get it.
I do think there are red. I've seen. I think I know one, a red pill kind of Chad acquaintance. However, he did get his wife from Vietnam. So, I mean, I don't know if they're doing well with Western women, but maybe sometimes they're getting hot geomaxed girls. I don't know.
So I think the best way to describe what we're talking about is um because you're saying that women now like ideological betas, but not physical betas.
Exactly, that's my theory.
So I think what you're saying is women is better to phrase it. Women want blue pill chats. They don't want red
Yes,
pill chats.
that's what they want these days.
So they do want blue pillars, but it's not the normies or the uglies. It's the chads
No,
only.
I
Only the
mean
chads can live that blue pill fantasy.
they just want them as a semen donor, pretty much. They just want their
Well,
genetics.
Well, not only that, but I still think they want the marriage from those guys because that's
And
who
the
they're
money.
mainly marrying.
And the money.
And the money, exactly. So again, they it goes back to the only Chad and Tyrone can live that blue pill fantasy. Not only can they live the fantasy of passing their genetics, but they can also still get married with these women. Like all the way from beautiful women to
Hmm.
average looking women to
Oh yeah.
ugly women. They have all three choices because they
And
have the best
mhm.
looks and the best genetics. Someone
Oh
like
yeah.
come on, like someone like Chris Hemsworth, he can get a 10 out of 10. He can get a 8 out of 10. He can get a 6 out of 10. He can get a 4 out of 10. He can get whatever the fuck he wants.
Well, Chris Hemsworth can probably act red pill with a 6, 7 out of 10. But to get his looks matched, I think he has to be blue pilled. He
Right,
has to
right.
act
Yeah,
blue pilled.
yeah. There you go. Yeah.
I
But
will. Oh, go
go ahead.
ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, I will say that. I was gonna say. I forgot. Go ahead. Whatever you're saying.
It'll pick up. You said something about Will Smith,
What were we talking about? Like
the Chads, the blue pill Chads, and
Oh,
the
the
red.
theory. Yeah. The theory. They want their genetics. Like I will say that they're it's coming to the point like they just. Oh no, you rebutted with saying that they want their marriage. And what I think of that is that women are always in competition with each other, and especially when it comes to like high tier women, they want to show off because the trophy husband. So the roles have reversed. It
There
used
you
to be
go.
that you show off the trophy wife to your men, to your fellow bros, but the roles have reversed. Women are now showing off the trophy husband to other women on Instagram,
There you go.
and that's the husband who's tall, he has good genetics, and bonus is if he has a good job. If you make a lot
Yeah,
of
that
money.
makes perfect sense. Yeah, you defined that perfectly well. That's what I was trying to say. But what I'm also saying is the only guys who can live that blue pilled fantasy, because every guy is born blue pilled. Every guy wants to be that white knight for their wife, the one and only, and all that other
Oh yeah,
bullshit.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
However, the only guys that can live that
Who can
fantasy
afford that fantasy?
exactly to make it a reality are the chat types, the giga
Yeah,
chats.
yeah.
So,
I see what
because
you're
there's
saying.
even a distinction between a chat and a giga chat. A giga chat has the money, the looks, the height, everything, the dick size, everything.
Yeah.
The regular chat just has the height, the looks, and maybe the dick, but they don't always have the money. So the
Yeah.
giga chat has that. Somebody like Dwayne Johnson. I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
he's a giga chat, but he's a giga chat because of his money and status.
Status. Yeah.
But he don't have the looks. He's not that good looking.
Yeah.
But Chris Hemsworth, once again, that's a giga chat. He has the height. I'm sure he has all 3, 4, 5, categories of embracement that women are looking for. He has the
That's a
looks, he has the height,
yeah.
he has the
The
money,
height,
he has
the
the
money,
status.
status. The thing
So
is, girls rebutted with that. Like they're making fun of incels or even manosphere. They're saying like, "Oh, look at Chris Hemsworth, your hero, Chad. He's marrying. Why is it that young women are so selected? Yet Chris Hemsworth is dating like a woman 10 years older than him, and so is Jason Momoa, um, marrying a woman 10 years older than him.
well, that's because those guys have a thing for old women. That's all it is. They know they can get women on their look scale, but they just choose not to. I don't think that they don't have those options. I'm sure they have those options. They just choose older women.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ryan.
So
It's
women
like
are
they don't
always
even
gonna.
care.
Yeah, no, they don't care because they're not in the manosphere. They don't represent the manosphere because they're blue pilled.
Yeah, I
They're
see.
stuck in the matrix of monogamy. They still think that that's a thing. They're still stuck in the pussy matrix.
Yeah,
So they're not red pilled. When women try to use that, I laugh because it's like, bitch, they can still do better than you. You know,
yeah,
it's just the below average males and the average males that are stuck
yeah.
because of how much power you have as a woman. You lose that power, you're going to be right back with us. But the thing is that you gotta starve all their feministic power, all their agencies of feminism, the welfare state, the adoption state,
There's too much support. Yeah.
they got so many avenues of support. You got to get rid of the simp cells. You got to get rid of the masochistic cells. You got to
Social
get rid of
media.
all these avenues of income that they have. You got to get rid of the Indian desperate cells. You got
Yeah.
to get rid of all these avenues that they have of power. Once you get rid of that, or once they subsidize or they stop, then these bitches are gonna act different. But
Well, that's
until
why.
then,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. That's why there were. I think prophecy religions, they knew that women had to be monogamous. They had to be under, not libertized, not too
liberalized.
liberalized. Yeah,
Well, look at the animal kingdom. Women are promiscuous whores. Like they're
they
not.
are. Yeah, they're very promiscuous.
That's why the animal kingdom, what you see in the animal kingdom is what you see with women today. It's like women are having babies with, I mean, I would go as far as say even with omega males, like alpha, beta, and omega, they're getting pregnant by literally all three of them, especially if she's a below average hoe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All these single mother cump dumpsters, they're getting, they try the alpha guy, that doesn't work out. They try the beta, they probably live with them a couple of years, maybe they have a 5-year thing or a 10-year thing, and then boom, they divorce them, and then they end up getting with some omega male that they just happen to get pregnant, then they dump him, send him his way, and then now they're like with 3 kids from 3 different dads.
yeah. It's a matriarchy.
Yeah, exactly. You know who made this prediction that turned out to be very true, and you're seeing it unfold now as we speak?
Oh.
Fucking Barbarossa, bro.
Who is he again?
He was one of the founding fathers of MGTOW shit. And
Okay.
yeah, he made one of his second video to his first video explain all of the shit that you're seeing right now. They've always had definitions. The terminology just changes.
Yeah.
What do we call them now? We call them blue pill sims, beta male providers.
Yeah,
Back
sure.
then, they would call it the thug and the pussy beggar.
Captain Save-A-Ho or no?
No, that it was always the pussy beggar versus the thug.
Oh, okay.
Or the bad boy. It's always been the same fucking thing. The only thing that changes is the terminology. That's it. Barbarossa was an early Gen Xer.
Dang.
So he was already predicting all this shit that we're seeing right now with the Zoomers and the Millennials.
Yeah.
That's why the whole MGTOW red pill thing, it really started with the Gen Xers.
That brings me back to a point I was going to make earlier. I really do think it started with the Gen Xers. Because if you look at the sitcoms from the 90s beyond, I think it started with Roseanne. You heard of Roseanne, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Roseanne. Everybody Loves Raymond. King of Queens. The women are made to be like this aggressive alpha woman, and then the husband like this beta male. And this is a very counterculture to like the sitcoms of like the 50s, 60s. Like the girl was kind of dumb, and the guy was just like this kind of patriarchal kind of husband or father. Very kind of low-key traditional. But the 90s, like the rage was really behind the aggressive wife. And so I think that translated into like the Western dating market.
Yeah.
And just made the woman hyper aggressive.
Yeah, that's why I call it the cuckold tree, because if you don't get cooked by another man, you're going to get cooked by a woman because she's already going to be passed down by other men with children.
Oh, yeah.
So the whole cuckold thing, they try to embrace that in the 70s. They called it the family pair bonding. Mm-hmm. Coach Red Pill talked about that. He was also ahead of his time. He was very good at explaining this shit, but it didn't work out. It didn't work out because certain families can't get along with other families because everybody has a different blood type. So you can't force somebody to get along with somebody else if they can't get along with each other, biologically speaking. That's the problem when you have a female-led country. When you have a matriarch, it destroys itself because women aren't meant to be leaders. They don't know how to lead.
Yeah,
most of them. You're always going to have that outlier that, you had this one woman who was a leader. That's one woman out of billions.
Oh yeah. I agree with that. Like you've heard me before.
Fucking, a perfect example I'm going to give you that that Zero talked about was, look at the ape kingdom. Look at the chimpanzees and the bonobos. Yeah. The bonobos, they're a matriarch, and they're literally going to extinct because the women are in charge.
Oh, really? Versus like the other are not a matriarch?
Yeah, look it up. The bonobos, they're monkeys. living under a gynocentric matriarchal order, and they're going extinct because their women are literally killing themselves.
What about the chimpanzees?
The chimpanzees, it's a patriarchal order. That's why they're
Oh,
always at war. That's why they're always procreating, because the women know what's up. They know what they got to do to ensure their species, which is to fuck and repopulate and reprocreate.
yeah.
And then that's how they move on. But they procreate with the alphas first, then the
Mhm.
betas, and that's it.
That's life. Yeah.
That's how you keep a species going. When you have a patriarchal order, androcentrism,
Yeah.
that's what it is. The species survives because men know how to lead and men know how to keep the order. But when you let
Yeah.
women lead, look what happens. That's what's happening right now in America.
Dysfunction, clown world. Yeah.
All these white women, they're destroying. It's starting with the white people. The white women, what are they doing? They're getting mixed breed. They're getting, if not bricks mixed breed,
Fivesums. Yeah.
that, or they're becoming lesbos, or they take the
Oh,
rainbow
lesbian.
pill,
Yeah.
or they actually start to embrace celibacy. Like some women, they're like, I never want to have sex. It's like the
Oh
fuck.
yeah. There's more of that too.
The volunteer bull sales of women.
My girlfriend's sister, like my girlfriend's very submissive and feminine, but her sister, she's a Gen Z.
Oof.
She is very she's 22. I don't think she's never had a boyfriend. I've heard her burp. Like she's very masculine and aggressive. She kind of like try to test me sometimes, but I've been like handling myself back because I'm in front of her parents, but I have to be careful. But like I'm not gonna get cucked either. So, but she's like, it's interesting. Like she did like this trip with this guy, and then the guy is supposedly a friend, and they don't touch each other, and there's just like, and then like she takes trips with her like her girl like her female girlfriends or whatever, and she's always driving. So I was I was like telling my girlfriend like I don't know if she's gonna marry a guy. I get maybe lesbian vibes, and then she never told me anything, and she told me I was thinking the exact same thing. I just didn't want to tell you.
I understand.
Yeah, so I think like a lot of them are becoming lesbian, like you said.
Yeah, the rainbow people. Oh my god, that's for a whole nother stream, man. Because them motherfuckers, they're the ones who have destroyed the heterosexual market, which is stupid. Because if heterosexual people don't procreate, guess what? Rainbow people are not going to exist either. They don't exist without heterosexuals.
Yeah. What do you think of like two dads or two moms raising a family?
I think that's fucking stupid. It's not natural. You
Mm-hmm.
don't see that in the animal kingdom.
Nope.
You don't see that anywhere else. You don't see that in the insect kingdom. You don't see that in the animal kingdom. You only see that shit in the human kingdom. Because people are abuse their way of thinking. So the rainbow people, all they're trying to do, like I think, yeah, legitimately they are just biologically attractive to the same gender. However, that shouldn't give them the right to raise a family. That's stupid. It's like you're gonna
Yeah.
raise them to what? To just like the same gender? It's like they can't procreate. The fuck?
Yeah. I was looking at this documentary, The Native Americans, and I think I don't know where, but they were a matriarchy. Like the guy, they don't know where the father is. Just the I think the tribe just raises the kids, and the fathers are just like used as like just genetic, just sperm to inbreed, and then they're just kind of gone away from the family. The mother owns the property, owns the kid.
Yeah, and a lot of those kids, they don't grow up to be alphas. They grow up to be bitch-tized beta males that are not gonna ensure their species because beta males don't lead.
Yeah, yeah,
If
and
you're
I
talking
think you're
about
right.
animals, of course. If you're talking about
Yeah.
humans, it's a different thing. But animals, no. Betas don't survive.
Well, they're all. I think, like you said, they're always going to be alphas and betas. Because a very dystopian, not dystopian, but a very sad thing I realized. Because I was going to say, obviously, this new culture is breeding men to be bitches and all that, but um, being men to be betas, and women to be more alphaness. But even I'm looking at my older uncles and stuff. I'm seeing which ones are the ants. What they were like the alphas, and the husband just kind of follows her what she does. and I can categorize the other uncles that are more alpha, and then the women's are just like very nice girls that probably deserve a nicer husband.
Yeah, because feminism started even before the silent generation. Like it started
Yeah.
with greater generations. Feminism has been around since the fucking recorded history. Feminism,
France, right?
people say France, but I think even older than France, like the Turkish Empire,
Hmm.
they started trying to promote feminism.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
okay.
and then there's even older recorded records of I think another culture, another race. I think not only the Turkish started. I think it goes as far as I think even in the Edo Empire with the Japanese. They the
Hmm.
fucking what do they call it, BCE and all that shit is like before the Common Era.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Feminism has always tried to prosper. Women have always wanted to be they it's not that women always wanted to be like men, it's that women always wanted to choose like men.
Yes, yes.
That's the problem they can't get over because of their biological uh born the way that they were born to be a woman. They hate it. Some women actually hate being born a woman. And so when they see
Some
how
women.
some women, yeah, so when
Yeah.
they see how much fun a man has by himself, they're like, man, I want a piece of that.
They want to be a man.
Yeah, exactly. They want to choose like a man. They don't always want to be a man. That's the thing in America. These women aren't stupid. They don't want to be like men. They just want to choose like men. They want to fuck like men. They
Yeah.
want to marry like men, and they want to work like men.
Hmm.
That's only in America. And that's
Oh
why
yeah.
so many of these women, young or old, they're aggressive because that's how they're consuming, they're absorbing that male aggression in the workplace, and then they kick
Yeah.
those guys out, and then they just overtake it, and then they become the new alphas. That's why it doesn't shock me that so many women act alpha.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the I think the late '90s. I think this also is relative is how do I say it? Synchronistic? No, it, consistent with the war or with in the late '90s or early thousands is I think the war between men and women was at its highest. Well, now it's at its highest, but I think when it came to women getting more aggressive, I think was '90s, and then 2000s, women kept getting more aggressive. But the thing is, men felt like they had to compensate, so men were getting more aggressive as well,
Yeah, yeah,
um, from the 2000s, and that's why, yeah, that's why even in bodybuilding, even in bodybuilding, the biggest bodybuilding era was in the early 2000s. That's when Ronnie Coleman was out, and that was the biggest bodybuilders ever. Um, when the houses, when it comes to having the biggest houses, was in the early 2000s. Early 2000s was really representative of big, just being as big as you can. So I feel like just men were still trying to compensate and being even more masculine than the women, so they had to be hyper masculine, and this kept on going until like I don't know, late 2010. And I think after the Great Recession, I think men just started giving up and said, it's hard, we can't keep doing this anymore. It's like let's cut the BS.
yeah. Because there's more women being born than man. That's why. That's the main one of the main reasons. I don't know if it's the main reason. You could
Hmm.
say so.
Hmm.
So when there's more women, that's probably the main cause of it. Because now that we live under this so-called democracy, it's all
Hmm.
about voting. So women vote themselves all of the power. That's why they're winning so much in a high-end society because they
Yeah.
vote for free shit.
Yes.
They
Yes.
don't have to sell their body. They don't have to do any of that. Now they choose like a man, and they're only going to choose the top percentages of men. That's the
Oh
same
yeah.
thing men do when they're in positions of power. They just choose the top percentages of women,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they keep the below average female as a slave, as a maid, as something
Oh
else
yeah.
other than a wife.
Oh yeah.
So again, it just proves my point that women just want to choose like men because they feel so inferior because they got a vagina and they don't have a dick.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why some women feel like they have to be or choose like men if their role is actually better than ours because we have to go to war, we have to provide, we have to
Oh
fight,
yeah.
we have to kill. They don't have to do any of that. So it
The
makes no sense for them to try to reverse the roles. Then they
Yeah.
wonder
Well.
why there's so many emasculated beta males.
Yep. Yep. Those women that whine about that, though, are usually not the women that are really like that whole feminist movement. There's a few very submissive girls that are just wondering where are the dominant men.
Yeah, no, and even the liberal women are full of shit because when they talk that shit about they want a beta male or the new males, are they really procreating with them? No, they're
Oh
just
no,
probably getting with them, but they're not even having their children because even they don't believe that bullshit.
that's why a
The-
lot of these like black pillars are I'm like, what are you jealous of? They're they're not getting they're not getting barefoot pregnant with these chads. There's e-boy chads or whatever.
yeah,
They're just condom sexing them. Or they're having sex, but like they're not gonna carry his baby for 9 months.
yeah.
That's the most like dominant thing you can do to a woman.
At this point, yeah. A
Yeah,
lot of
man.
good shit, man. A lot of good topics. I just it's scary to see where we're going.
What do you think of the whole what do you think of the migrant crisis with Biden?
Whew, man. First of all, thanks for asking me that. That's a very good question.
Yeah.
This is my opinion. I think
Go ahead.
what's that?
Oh, I said go ahead.
I think that I'm going to answer that first, and then I also want to hear what you think. But I think I'm going to have to give you a long paragraph for that one. I think the whole immigration thing, I think that really just has to do with the workforce labor.
Mm-hmm.
Primarily, I think the elites know that a lot of desperate men just, instead of concentrating on women, I think a lot of these immigrants coming over, they're just concentrating on food.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they
Mm-hmm.
want is money and food.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about being an incel because they that's not what ensures their survival. What ensures their survival is a job,
Mm-hmm.
and then they make that money, and then they work. They work for cheap. Like you can hire these
Oh
guys for a very small amount of money because to them $20 is a lot in their country.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So these elites, Biden, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Right now, all the cheap labor that you see people doing, it's all made by migrants, the grass cutters, the
Yeah.
roof makers, the rock makers, the house builders, the street builders, the construction, the low budget chefs and the low budget cooks. They're all immigrants, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just replacing the domestic workers with immigrants because the domestic workers, what are they doing? I'm not going to work for shit pay anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an economical thing. It's not really a
Humanitarian.
yeah, or whatever. I think it's more of an economical issue. The elites just want people to make more money so that they keep taxing you and they could use that money for whatever the fuck they want to use,
Mm-hmm.
to meet their agenda, whatever that may be.
Yeah, keeping because let's be honest, the fat cat CEOs are starting to cry now. There's not enough workers because what I bet you the Biden and their economists at the White House, they're looking at the demographics, like you said, and one is the demographics, and two, it's the effort level of the younger age that don't want to work for cheap.
That's the good thing that's going to backfire if they keep importing a bunch of young immigrants. They're going to come to the same realization as you and me. They're going to be like, "Well, I'm not going to work for $20 an hour. You got to pay me more than that."
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's what's going to happen. They're going to get pissed off, and that's when they say they're going to end the world, or they're going to implement martial law. They're going to try to do some kind of tyrant shit. So it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, look what they're doing with FOBIT. They locked most people in. I think that was a way of punishment to tell us, the people, that we don't fuck with their agenda. Because if we do, they're going to release, what, into the air, and then we're all going to start going bye-bye.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because it helps their agenda. They're all about depopulation.
Yeah.
So a lot of incels are starting to realize that, holy shit, no wonder they don't legalize prostitution. No wonder they don't do this. No wonder, because they don't want you to repopulate.
Yep.
Especially when they're getting so many immigrants from all over the world. It's just more males for them. So it just doesn't make sense to me on some scales, and then on other scales it makes sense to me. And only the powers that be, only they know what they're doing, or they know what they're trying to move, what they're trying to push.
Yeah. Even my dad, like boomer dad, noticed. He's like, yeah, these young people, you guys are not getting married. You guys are not procreating.
Yeah.
And that's that. I bet that's why they gotta probably import all these people. And I think that's always been.
Well, don't forget that twisted women, have a fetish of mixed breeding. So, I mean, look at
Yes.
the white girls with the whole black. I'm
Oh yeah.
black thing now. The BBC agenda
Yeah.
is like, man, the BNWO, all that shit.
Well, California is a little different because the coastal whites are pretty rich here. So the coastal white dads, they do kind of like talk their daughters against race mixing much, and also the different races are a lot of times like lower income here. But I do think once that bull gets released, once that monster gets released, it's going to be pretty brutal for white cells. But I
I've
don't know.
seen some brutal shit on Twitter that I can't show because it's explicit.
Uh huh.
But all I can tell you is that there's definitely some sort of race mixing agenda going on. There really is.
Oh, I agree. I mean, the most popular race mixing commercial now is black girl, white guy
Exactly.
that I've noticed. Like almost every single commercial. It's like I had to find like one where I'm like, oh wow, it's been a while since I've seen a black girl, black guy couple. But like the vast majority of them I see are black girl and white guy.
And then
And
the white Chads, they're not even with black women. So sometimes I think there's hypocrisy with the race pill agenda because I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to delete a bunch of white guys. I really do. But the white guys are fighting back by getting either with white women or with Asian women.
oh, they're trying to delete them. You're saying?
Yeah, like literally, like white genocide.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I don't know if you heard of the anti-white agenda.
Well, what do you think about that? That's a good one. Do you? Because okay, there's a proposition saying or theory saying that like the race mixing is good for their agenda because when you have racial pride, you have cultural pride aligned with it a lot of the time. And when you race mix, it's very easy to dismantle a certain culture. If there's a white culture, it's very easy to destroy that if you have them race mix a lot and they have to succumb to other cultures and ways of living.
Once again, it goes back to what I said earlier, the cookerty agenda, the cookerty.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, you know how you have a matriarch and a patriarch, you also got a cookerty.
Yeah.
So that's all that is. But it's so bad because it's like, at least if you're gonna force some, race pill agenda down people's throats, at least
Hmm.
let both the males and the females, partake in that. But they're only showing like the white women with the black dudes. They don't show a white dude with the black woman.
No, I see white dudes with black women majority of the time. At least the commercials around here, I see that.
Well, I don't see that in Texas. All I see is like even in the porn sites, they got,
Really?
yeah, like even on the porn sites, they got like what I'm saying about if you're gonna push down that race pill mixing agenda,
Yeah.
let it be fair to where, okay, if white women just want to get blacked, then white boys should be getting blacked by black women. But that's not what I see
Mm.
on the porn sites. All I see on the porn sites is a bunch of black dudes fucking white women, Asian women, Mexican
Yes, it's
women. It's
one
like, what
sided.
the fuck? Yeah, one-sided, exactly. So there's hypocrisy to it.
Well, that's what I said in my that Hispanic guys are cucked in media video. I don't know if you saw that one. Um, because I was talking about like how Hispanic girls on the media, like they're always with a black guy on a hip hop radio talk show or anything, or in the movie they're with a white guy, but rarely do you see the Hispanic guy race mixing that much in the media or even on
Exactly.
the media.
That's
It's
what
just
I'm
the most
saying. The same
cucked
thing
thing
with
ever.
white guys.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I see what you mean.
I mean, I'm glad that you're telling me that in California you're seeing black women with white guys because at least that's a good way white guys are fighting back. It's like, okay, you're taking my white women, I'm gonna take your black women. That's how you keep it even. But if it's just one-sided, now you're becoming tyrannical.
The thing is, in California, I think white guys are stealing more than the black guys.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty JBW in California because
Mm.
there's a surfer Chad kind of culture here, especially when you get to like the West LA areas.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I'm
And
sure
there's
you
not.
don't want to say where you live, but can you give me at least a city nearby?
Um,
Just
I
curious.
mean,
If you don't want to say it, that's
just
fine.
SoCal. I'll just say SoCal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, which is like LA, San Diego, all that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, you know
Um,
where I stay, right?
yeah, like Texas, right around like I don't know, whatever you want to say about Texas. I don't want to reveal you.
Yeah, yeah, just Texas.
Okay, okay, okay.
South of Texas, I
Yeah,
would say.
I know about Texas though. I heard there's first of all it's divided, but I heard there's more black culture there than California.
Yeah, man. That's why I get tired of it because I see a lot of hypocrisy within the black community.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like the race mixing, I don't think black guys care too much about that. Like they don't care if you take their black women because black dudes back in the day they used to get upset seeing a white guy or a Hispanic guy with a black woman,
Yeah.
but now they don't care because they're taking your women as well. So it's kind of balanced.
Ah, I see.
But I'm just saying, media wise, you still don't see. I still don't see that shit.
Dang, that's weird. I see it a lot. I just saw
Dude,
like
if
an
I
outtake.
send you a link to a Twitter thing, you're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" So that's what makes me think otherwise. Like there was a white girl on Twitter, um, literally talking about how black men are gonna conquer the world, and every man, even oh, primarily they always attack the white guys. They're gonna say the white guys are gonna go extinct,
Yeah.
and only black men are gonna repopulate their own race. So there's not gonna be even Hispanics or Arabs. And I'm like, does this bitch really think other men in the world are gonna allow that? No.
Oh my
But
god.
that's how fucked up some white girls are, especially the far left leaning white women.
Well, I think the most fucked up one is for the Asian men, because Asian women are always like a side on the media with various races of men.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
never see that with Asian men,
Damn.
and with other women, like it's much rare. I think they get hurt the most by the media exposure inequality.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because even Indian guys, I mean, they may be ugly, but I've heard stories where they're very genetically endowed.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, like they may be skinny and dorky tall looking, but they got a big schlong.
Oh,
But for
wow.
Asian guys, I always hear the brutalest stories. Like if they're short, they're unattractive, and then they're yellow skin, and then they got a small, you know what, and it just more brutal black pills for Asian guys every time.
Yeah, they
So I do see
I
what you're saying.
yeah, their media exposure in the West is pretty bad. Um, that's why I kind of want to be. I kind of don't want to get too much exposure. Like one day I'll probably take it all down. I kind of want to get into Hollywood, but not like as a Chad Rodriguez, but like as like a comedic kind of actor. I'll be like
You would be
maybe
good.
one of
You
the
would be
first
good
ones.
for that. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you should.
yeah. But I mean, I know they're gonna make the superhero. They're gonna make a Marvel movie using like Bad Bunny, even though I know he's part of the whole gynocentrics world. But I mean, that's something.
You know what? Actually, I just remembered I have a very good video that talks about they call it the Black New World Order. And there was this awesome content creator. He's old now. He disappeared. They ended up canceling him, but he talked about it. And I'm gonna send you the video. It's a very short video, so I'm pretty sure you can give me 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes long, and he talks about everything what we talked about in 3 minutes. He explains it very well.
Oh,
The
what
name of his channel is called Vertical Politics.
vertical politics? Oh, okay.
I'll send you the link on Discord
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
to his video. Talked about everything we just said.
Yeah, that over guy or no zero guy. He had so many good video titles. Yeah, they all looked like really high IQ stuff.
He's on the same scale as TFM. The only difference is he's black belt. He's not red pill.
Oh, okay. How heavy does it go on the looks, genetic determinism stuff?
He's on the same page as us. The only thing he says is that if men don't want to lose, you basically have to, especially if you want your same race of women, you have to, as much as we all hate it, you have to stand out. You have to stand out as
Red
far
pill
at
max.
least, huh?
Red pill max.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
have to at least get as much as money as you can. At least get that.
yeah,
Because that's always going to be a sign of stability for women. They're going to see that you have a lot of money, so therefore you can provide for children. And therefore, hence, she might just give you children. He says if you want to do that with your same race of women, especially if you're a white guy. But if you're a ethnic guy, if you're a mixed breed, you shouldn't have a problem getting with any other mixing of women because it should be easier. However, if you're still struggling, even with other women of different colors, then what you have to do is the same thing as the first guy. You have to red pilled max, you have to money max, you have to status
yeah,
max, you have to maximize all those three things. You can't change your looks, but you can definitely change your money and status to a better state.
yeah,
That's all he says you can do. But then again,
yeah,
he keeps the that's him just speaking from a survivalistic,
yeah,
male perspective. If you want to have children, you got to do basically everything you can to appease women.
yeah, yeah,
But if all you want to do is lose your virginity, if all you want to do is have sex, all he says is just legalize prostitution.
yeah.
Or just go to a country where women
Much cheaper.
all they want to do is just sell their body. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has good
I'm,
solutions.
I mean, I feel like it's just the black pill is just too disintegrated because there's different motives nowadays. I mean, back then, even in the Love Shy, I don't know if you heard of the Love Shy forums, but like,
No.
or Love Shy, or just back then, it was just trying to get a girlfriend or trying to have sex, one of those two. But now you got guys that don't even want to ascend ever because of how brutal and evil nature, how evil the nature of women are. So
Yep.
you got slayer cells. They want to slay as much women as possible, and they don't want to just ascend with one girl. They want to live a Chad lifestyle because they worship Chad almost. Then you got like there's so many types. There's more motives nowadays. I feel than just like, oh, I just want a girlfriend. I'm tired of being lonely.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of different, I call them different types of incels. Yeah.
Yeah,
You got more than just two categories, but to keep it simple, you only got two categories: one who
yeah,
wants a girlfriend in marriage, and then one who all he wants is sex.
that is true. Yeah,
It should be as simple as that. You shouldn't have this type or that type. Once you start bringing like more than 3 or 4 types of incels, now you start killing everything.
that's the way to destruction.
Yep,
Yeah,
it happened with MGTOW. Oh, I'm a third type, fourth type of MGTOW. I was like, what the fuck? Should only be two MGTOWs, one who stays in the plantation and one who doesn't. That's it. But no, even they had a bunch of fucking categories of MGTOW. I think the first type of MGTOW was one who gets married and goes his own way with his wife.
yeah,
Like, how the fuck is that MGTOW? And then the second type of MGTOW was just a pumper and dumper. And then the third type of MGTOW was one who just avoids women at all costs and he just does his own thing, stays quiet. And then the fourth type of MGTOW, which is one who lives completely off the grid and he has no human connection. So I'm like, huh?
Off grid. Yeah,
Yeah, off the
that's
grid.
too many factions, huh?
Two, I mean, one, two too many, four too many.
Yeah,
So it should just be as simple as one who stays in society and still messes with women or decides to get married. And then the second type is just one who just messes with women but doesn't work for the government, does his own thing.
off grid.
Off grid off grid pretty much.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's gonna be hard off grid. Like,
yeah.
that's everything so connected.
Well, I mean, there's guys who live in the middle of nowhere and then every now and then they'll just dip in the city to see what's up, but that's rare.
Yeah,
So I think most MGTOWs, I think a lot of MGTOWs aren't really in denial of being incels or beta male providers. They get upset at that and they still want to have, I think they still have some form of control, at least in their own agencies. Like, yeah, man, it's better for you to go in your own way. Don't pay taxes no more. You're only going to contribute to the gyno cook agenda. But then you got other MGTOWs that are like no different from incels. It's like, oh, I don't need women. I call them the self-aggrandizers. It's like, oh, I don't need women. I don't love women. And then next thing you know, they get exposed. They got married, or they were like, oh no, I was an incel this whole time. I just couldn't admit it. So it's like, yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, Lux Maximus.
Yeah, that dude was full of shit, man.
Do you see his recent come out? Like he's not he's not with the. He thinks this is the best time to be a man. I think he was recently saying. I don't know if you caught up.
He was saying because he's a slayer, all he wants to do is fuck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah, he's right about that. If all you want to do is fuck women and do all kinds of fetishes, now is the best time for that. That is true. Like, how many dudes have a foot fetish?
Oh yeah,
A
a
lot.
lot. Yeah.
So back in the day, you had that, people would look down on you.
Oh, he's right in the saying like also that, but the majority of us would be peasants back in the
Exactly.
day. Yeah, yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, no, he's right about that. He's talking about male status. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
we're still peasants because, I mean, look at how many incels are there. Women
yeah,
still look at you as a peasant. You may not be a peasant and like an economical perspective, you might be able to at least still get your own apartment, your own
yeah,
house, your own car. So that's a
yeah,
little bit of better status than a peasant back in medieval times, of course. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, trust me, we're living a lot more better now, agriculturally, economically, than back then.
Hmm.
Back then, you and me, we would be peasants, man,
Yeah.
or slaves. Worse,
Hmm.
you would be literally forced to
Shackles.
do. Yeah, you would literally be forced to do labor, and you wouldn't get paid. You would just get, fed. That was it. I think that's what happened with
You'd be
slaves.
happy to get fed. Like
Yeah,
that
that was
was your
enough.
dopamine for the day.
Exactly. So no, I mean, yeah, I mean, it all comes down, like I said, to what guys want versus what women want.
Yeah.
So for me, like I've already made my peace knowing that unfortunately I'm always gonna get like the used up women or the old women, but I'd rather have that than no women. Because like
Well,
there's other
yeah.
guys out here that they can't even get that. They can't even scrape.
Well, there's two kinds of theories out there for marriage I've seen. There's a one guy that my friend, it's his kind of friend, and he was telling him like he's a Vietnamese guy, and he got a wife from China, I think, and she's
Mhm.
like 5 years older than him, and I think he even mentioned to his best friend like that's probably the best I'm gonna get. So it is what it is. Like I don't think he actually calls her beautiful or like simps for her, but he told his best friend like that's probably the best I can get. So then he ended up marrying her and then has like 2 kids with her. So there's a faction of guys that are like just take the best you can get. It is what it is. You didn't get like that pretty girl that you wanted and procreate with her and call it a day. And
Yeah.
there's another faction of guys that's like, don't marry a girl unless you really you have a heart on for her and you think she's beautiful or else you know what I mean? Like you have to think she's beautiful. If she's not beautiful, then keep looking. But the thing is,
Yeah.
a lot of those guys are like 40. I still know some of them, and they're still in their mid 40s looking.
Damn.
Yeah, for Miss Perfect.
Well, the thing is that you can't blame them entirely because like guy number one you told me about that
Yeah,
ascended with the Chinese girl,
yeah.
some of those guys, I think most of them might just end up having failed marriages because if there's no real attraction, I mean, it's only a matter of time before they won't even last 10 years together.
Well, it's not. It's probably just like 60%, like 60% attraction.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's just like
Enough
it's
to keep
just
the family unit going.
yeah.
Okay.
But you could be right. He could be like it could be like 30%. But I just saying like there's a faction of guys I've seen that especially nowadays they're into their 40s still looking for a girl that's fertile and beautiful. And then other guys like me and my friend like it is what it is. Like we're trying to get the best that we can get.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So
I'm probably definitely more with you because that's literally what I'm doing. The only difference is you, at least good. The good thing about you and your friends is you guys are ascending with young women. That's a good thing. In my case, I'm just ascending with a bunch of old women.
yeah, but it sounds like you're in the faction of like I'd rather I'd rather than that than my hand. Like I'm just getting what I can get. That's not that
Exactly.
is
Yeah.
what it is.
So we're still in the same
Uh huh.
faction
Yeah.
or subcategory.
Yeah. That's what brought me to it.
Yeah. Well, the guys who are too damn picky, they're always going to be alone.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
yeah. Now, if they're picky, because there's a spectrum. If they're picky, that's okay. But if they're too picky, then that's when they run into problems.
And let me criticize the men for a bit. I think the porn and the media and the constant porn usage of Zoomers and millennials is making us way too enamored with the hot chick.
Exactly. Yeah.
It has really distorted the way that we see, the way we think a beautiful girl should be. You'd be surprised. Even my friend, like, he'd think like a girl with makeup is beautiful. Like the way the makeup is done on a porn star or on a hot girl is what makes her is. He'll be like, "Oh, she's so beautiful," and then like the makeup will be off, and then he's like, "Oh, but I love those lashes." Like we're being fed this image. I think the constant porn, the constant Baywatch, all these shows is just distorting men as well.
Yeah, but men are stupid because men choose to still think that way. You don't have to choose to think that way. Men just choose it. That's why I kind of left both spheres, the manosphere and the incel sphere, because it's like, okay, I'm not getting the hot young girl. Hell, I'm not even getting the young ugly girl. I'm just getting the average looking old women. But at least I'm getting that, you know. But there's guys who just choose not to think differently. They're too narrow minded, and they're like, no, I have to get a woman that's worth me paying full price. And I'm like, okay, man, good luck, because yeah, those women, trust me, they're already getting other guys better looking than you with better status that are already paying full price for her.
Yeah.
It's like, where the fuck are you going to ascend?
Yep. It's my critique of men too.
No, we have to critique the men. You're right. Oh no, trust me. I've gotten, you know, hate on my old channel. People try to roast me. I mean, you know, people that knew me try to roast me in a good way, not in a mean way. And then other people who hated me, they just you finished last. You got sloppy seconds with old women. You got this. You got this. Like, so what do you got? And they wouldn't say shit. Like, are you still porn maxing? That's where I started trolling them. Are you hand maxing?
Yeah, mono.
That becomes pathetic after some time. It's like when you're young, it's excusable. But I mean, being a porn maxer at 40, come on.
Well, that's when they get into sex dolls and all that stuff.
TFM.
Oh, yeah.
Man. I don't know what the fuck First from Insomatics is gonna do, man. But I'm scared for that guy, man. Because remember one time, I don't know if I told you on Discord, he was thinking about roping.
Dang, like recently?
Yeah, like just 2021.
Isn't his name on Discord like the General or no, like something different?
I don't know, man. I lost contact with him.
You lost contact with him. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna reveal where he is, but he's pretty close to me.
Oh, awesome! I know he lives in California. He said he lives in the Bay Area.
No, he moved down south for a job.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I'm glad you keep contact with him.
Well, I mean, supposedly he's gonna meet me for an interview, but I don't know. Maybe he just bailed out on that. But when he told me, I'm not gonna talk to him. But when he told me where he is, he's like, "Oh, dang, I'm like 20 minutes away."
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I know. I'd be down to have like a coffee with him. Like, I don't know, man. See,
you
like,
should, man. You should. He's an asshole, man. Because I tried. We used to get along just fine, and he would kind of ghost me. But I don't know. I like First a lot. I think he's a good guy. The people that actually met him, they said he's not bad looking. So I'm like, why the fuck is he complaining about? Yeah, they said he was.
I was imagining some pudgy looking white dude or something.
I don't know what people have different.
I know.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I don't know if he's fat or what. I don't know what he looks like.
But they said no one said he's like ugly or anything.
Oh, okay. They said he was just fat.
No, I'm asking you. Like, I'm guessing no one said he's like ugly or anything, right? Or
what I heard about the people that supposedly saw him or met him, the only thing I heard that they said was that he was a wide-looking dude that was from Russia or Russian descent. And that was not bad looking in the face. That's it. I didn't hear if he was skinny or fat.
I think he's got good height. I think he's 6 feet.
Well, he came out with Pyramid a couple of months ago in April of last year, and he said he's 6'2". It's the only thing I know. The one who admitted that he was ugly was TFM. They asked him that on Insomatics 2021 on January. Actually, TFM came out on Insomatics and they asked him. But TFM has a very weird, funny way of answering shit. Like if you ask him, they asked him, "What are you from a scale of 1 to 10?" And
Yeah.
instead of giving you the number, he used a larger scale. He's like, "I'm a 400, 600 out of 1,000." Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? So I tried dissecting that, and I think he's
Yeah.
basically a 5 out of 10 guy or a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
So he's pretty below looking average.
Yeah. I think we talked about this, but like I think first he would ascend here if he ethnic max, but if he's white girl maxing, um, he might ascend, but it's kind of a 50. It's like a rice bowl. Like it's kind of like rolling the dice. Unless I don't know how old he is, because if he's like 20s, then yeah, he's gonna struggle. But if he's like in his 30s, I think he'll eventually find someone online.
I hope so, man. Because first, it's kind of a hard guy to decipher. Because first of all, he's too damn private, and then secondly, the shit that we don't know what he wants from women. Are you trying to just reprocreate with white women? Or are you actually trying to live
Yeah,
that blue pill fantasy with white women?
I think
What
he was.
are you
I
trying
think it
to
was
do?
traditional, like tradcon, right? Like trying to have a traditional white family.
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And he just
So
couldn't ascend with white women.
yeah, he he might have some luck here, but the women here are pretty liberal usually. He'd
I
have to
don't
like
think he has luck
prove.
anywhere here in America.
Yeah.
You might be able to save him, though. I don't know. I don't know about me, but you might be able to.
Yeah, I mean, for all the work he did, I mean, to the manosphere, I think I could help him out. But
I
it's a bit,
appreciated him because he was kind of like the guy that helped me kind of not, I can't say it, but just I would just keep it as simple as rope maxing.
oh, okay,
So,
that's good. Yeah, just for that, like I would help him out if he hears this.
right. Yeah. I wish I could help him out, but it always involves race pill maxing. So when I told him that, he's like, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Well,
was,
I
he
mean,
was
that makes it harder for you if you tell him to get like a Hispanic girl or whatever, because that's like your looks match sometimes.
he definitely didn't like black girls. I know that for a fact.
Oh yeah.
A lot of white cells, surprisingly, are not into black women. They're not black pill maxing. I think the
So
only guys who black pill max really is just a bunch of Hispanic guys.
I heard that's in Texas. I heard that's popular.
Yeah, a lot of Hispanic cells and Latin cells.
Black Max.
Black
Well,
girl
the
max.
black girls like them back. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the only reason why black girl max, because black girls will
Yeah.
make it easier on me. They will like me back. So
Yeah.
I don't know about having children with them, man. That's it goes back to the cook thing. I don't want.
In
Yeah,
American culture, yeah,
yeah. Thank you. Yes,
okay.
you understand.
It can get cooked.
I mean, like
Um,
you may be with a Mexican woman, but it's still the same Hispanic heritage.
yeah, yeah, it's similar stuff.
So there really isn't much of a difference. So your kids, hopefully you do have some, you know, um,
Yeah,
you raise them the right way and you'll be just fine. And you can laugh at the elites and say, haha, fuck you. I procreated.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess my native part will dismantle dismantle away a bit.
Well, it depends. I don't know if she's light skinned and Mexican or white
She's
or
like the
dark.
white. She's like the white Mexican, like the
Ooh.
brunette.
So she's white skinned?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Well, we'll see whose babies are more dominant, whose DNA. Yours might be more dominant. Because
That's.
usually indigenous people have stronger DNA.
Oh yeah, like that shit. That shit doesn't hide, like the nose or the. Yeah, I agree with you there. I've seen that.
Well, that's what you want, though. You want to cook her. You don't want her to cook you.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, at least it'll be your own blood, even if you get cooked by her. But like I said, genetics are so deep rooted into blood because, like I said, like look at how many black women have like white skin tone, and almost some of them almost like the yellow bones almost look like a white woman, but they still talk and act all black and ghetto. So it's like, you know,
yo, yeah,
their white bloodline is getting cooked by the black bloodline one way or the other.
yeah, yeah,
You get what I'm saying? So
yeah.
yeah,
There's
the
no
race
black
field
girls
is
here,
brutal.
unfortunately. Not even to get my dick wet or anything, or hook or date maxing or anything like that.
Well, I would just go to California. I would like to move out there just because of the simple fact that the sex scene is a lot more easier to get from women.
Oh
and
yeah.
there's
Oh yeah.
more to do in California. Like you can go hiking, you can go
Oh yeah.
mountaineering, you can do a lot in California.
Yeah. The sunny tax is real.
Yeah,
Or
so
the weather tax, whatever.
California has way more things to do than Texas.
What
So
do people do in Texas?
it's
Because
fucking
most.
boring, dude. It's none but cowboys and ghetto hood shit, and yeah, a bunch of wetback shit. It sucks, man. There's only like three things you could do, and that's just the
Party, right? Just drink.
yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not the same as you when you go to a city like LA or California. They just got so much to do over there. And like the women, when it comes to the sex scene, since I'm more of a sex maxer, I mean, you can just go down Figueroa Street. You
Oh,
know what that is.
oh, if you like black girls, yeah.
Well, I
Even
mean, not just
outside.
black girls. They got a lot of Hispanic girls too.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
dang. I thought it was
If
just
you
black. I think
if you want white women, you got to go to Seattle.
they're very liberal there. So
Yeah, but it's not the same as like white women in fucking Oregon. Them bitches, they're worse. The white liberal women in
yeah.
Oregon are worse than the liberal women in Seattle. Because I think even the white prostitutes in Oregon, they won't mess with like nothing but just black guys.
Well, have you been on Private Delights? I think I told you about it, and you said it looked scammy.
Well, no, no. What I didn't like about those websites is that you got to put a lot of information, like your email and all that shit. And I don't do all that. I'm
Mm,
probably gonna have to. That's something I forgot to ask you about. Is like I really hate it, but you're right. Like that's a brutal black pill you gave me. It's like it seems like no matter what I try to do to meet these women,
mhm.
everything just seems to be going on the dating apps. Like far more, even more than the escort sites.
What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Like if I want to maximize my sexual options with these hoes, I
Uh
gotta
huh.
I gotta start building like an actual like dating profile or
Oh, you mean like red pill maxing, like a relationship?
not for relationship, but just for sex.
Oh, just for casual dating?
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta like red pill max and all that.
yeah. That's one thing I didn't want to do because that involves a lot of information. Like I made an Instagram, right? And
Hmm.
it got hacked twice.
Wow.
And I didn't even put any pictures of me or nothing. I literally just did it to get a hold of this one hoe, and she lives like 15 minutes away from me. And I'm gonna end
Oh,
up
okay. I thought
fucking
you
her.
were saying like make a dating profile to date, like get a long-term relationship. You're talking about just like get social media presence, like an Instagram for a hoe to contact you, is what you mean?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I
Oh,
said.
okay, 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 yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not I'm not a date maxer.
yeah,
Date
yeah, yeah.
maxing doesn't always involve sex. I'm a sex maxer. All I want is sex. So I have to make those profiles like an Instagram and Twitter to meet these hoes and talk to them.
Yes, 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 yes. That is true. They to know their schedule and all that stuff.
Yeah, cause now they're not you're never gonna see those better calibers of women on like escort sites. So I thought about what you said. I'm like, God damn it, he's right. I'm gonna have to do a fucking Twitter, then an Instagram, then a POF, then this, then that.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you again. So you are trying to get casual sex, but not from escort. You don't want to pay anymore. You want to get it for free.
Well, both. It doesn't matter to me if I
Oh,
pay for
okay.
it or not. I'm fine with both.
Yeah, but the high caliber, you're realizing escorts are limited at that.
Oh yeah, yeah, no. But I'm not a dude that's obsessed with like sevens and eights out of tens. I'm okay
Yeah, yeah.
with the fives and the sixes.
You just want to maximize your chances.
Yeah, that's what sex maxing is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
all I care
Instagram
about is
Max.
sex.
Yeah, Instagram Max. You gotta do a lot of dumb shit, dude. I'm just warning you.
Yeah, that's why I don't do
All
those
this
profiles because
stupid
of that.
crap. Yeah.
However, I did one and it did benefit me. Like I'm gonna meet this chick. I'm gonna send you a picture of her, and you're
Yeah.
gonna be like, "Damn, dude, yeah, you'll never see someone like that on an escort site. You'll only see them on
No.
Instagram or Twitter, and they're down to fuck, but you still
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
pay them."
Yeah, yeah. You gotta be social media present. You gotta put Instagram reels, like what you're doing, your adventures, just all those dumb, constantly changing rules. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I was giving you credit for that because you told me that on the last stream. You're like, dude, sorry, but you're gonna have to social media max.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, hold on, I got a
Unfortunately.
call real quick. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Bifa? ¿Qué pasó? Aquí estoy. No, aquí estoy en la casa. Aquí estoy en el garage. Estoy hablando con mi amiga. Listo. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. It's good.
So yeah, dude, it's a brutal thing.
Yeah, but I guess your game plan is good. Your broad game plan of first going to Europe. Well, I don't know about the war. Has that changed your game plan about Europe? Like you're scared of it, or not
Nah,
really?
hell no. I mean, I would rather go to fucking Europe than Mexico. Really,
Okay, okay.
it's
Because
just
the high.
harder to get to there because of the demographic area.
Okay, yeah, the Europe would be well. It is more expensive, unless that's not a problem for you. I guess with your weight or saving,
No, it probably will be a problem.
it's pretty
So
pricey. Yeah.
yeah,
So you're gonna save up first, or you're just gonna try Mexico maybe first?
obviously I'm going to try Mexico because it's just
Okay.
down south of the border.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
And if I can't find a very attractive looking white woman, or because I like dark skinned women too, don't get me wrong, but if she's not tall, if she doesn't have all the physical attractions that I like in a woman, then I'm not
Yeah.
even going to bother. So
You can
at that
castiza max in Mexico. There's some light skin, like brunette Mexican women. I mean, they're not tall, but sometimes, a lot of times, they're not tall, but they're light skinned.
Well, you know what I noticed about some brown skinned women? It's like they're actually taller than the white ones sometimes. That's weird.
Oh yeah, they're getting taller.
Yeah, even the indigenous women are getting taller. So it's like,
Yeah, yeah. And that was the thing when I was dating like Hispanic girls, especially the brown ones. They were more self-hating than like the white
damn.
Hispanic girls. So even with like getting my looks match, my race match, like the brown girls would say comments like, "Oh yeah, he's like a handsome white guy," like just cucked comments like that or stuff out here. And if it wasn't that, they'd like some cholo tattooed Doug Maxer. But when it came to like the castiza woman or even white women, like they would like me how I am. So there's like cuckoldry I'd have to endure for getting like a brown Latino woman just because of all the self hate they kind of have ingrained in them a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. You're right about that. Yeah. Oh man, that's what they call the liberals call it whitewashing.
Yeah.
But shit, you also got if you got whitewashing, you got blackwashing too.
No, blackwashing is definitely blackwashing is not present in some places, but in some places it's king.
Yeah.
So in Texas, there's some places where blackwashing is king. In the Midwest and like Ohio, blackwashing there's some blackwashing places there too. All the white girls, a lot of them are mud sharks or whatever they call it. Um, it depends on your region, really.
It does, yeah.
New York is very blackwashed from many places I've heard.
Super.
Yeah, yeah,
It's brutal, man. It's brutal. That's why I don't understand black cells. It's like the fuck you guys complaining about. All you got to do is go to a region where everything is just more black.
oh yeah, they gotta escape like the preppy areas or anything like that.
I don't know the black cell thing. We got to do a stream about that because they're hopefully I can get an old subscriber to come and kind of talk why he's a black cell. I think the only main thing they always complain about is just being homeless, poor, or ugly looking. They say those are the three contributing factors to black cells.
Um, I think it's bigger than that. The thing about millennials is okay. This is how I'll describe Gen X. Gen X, a good way to describe Gen X was white cells going for Asian girls. A good way to describe, I think, millennials was white cells going for black girls. So, and this is very apparent with the body type that's present in media. In the Gen X, the thin body type, the Paris Hilton, was very popular, especially the early thousands. So that was very present with white men's taste. They geared towards thin women. So when they chose to steal another man's a girl, it was Asian woman. But when Kim Kardashian came to the scene and this whole blackwashing movement, bodies were more geared towards curvy women. So the white cells chose and changed direction and ended up getting a lot of black women in the millennial era. So a lot of black women stopped being very loyal to black men around the year 2009, and and, and so that's why a lot of black cells were created, and that's why like the whole black pill thing came true with the first like Baraka, Oreo Man were black
Oh,
intent. So black women, there is a higher rate of black women leaving the loyalty of black men after 2009, from what I've
damn.
seen. Yeah.
So, what you say from a scale to 1 to 10, what are mainly black cells, like lookism wise?
I say they're usually they don't have good height or they're chubby. They're just a typical black man that back in the day black women would be loyal to because they'd rather date a low tier black man than a white guy. But nowadays it's like I'd rather date a mid tier white guy or even a low tier white guy than a low tier black man.
Damn.
So only the Tyrone lights and the Tyrones are getting all the pussy.
Oh, the black pussy?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, white cells and black cells kind of
Or the
fight a
white
lot.
guys. Or like the vanilla like white guys.
So, okay, so you explained the black cells problem. What do you think the white cells problem is?
Well, the white cells are usually very white cell. First of all, there's no such thing as a white cell, in my opinion. I think they can globally max, but in America, at least, the white cells problem is very region based. There are some regions where it's only white people, so they're dealing with a bunch of white Western women, and this happens in the Northeast, where a lot of times it's just white women. So, and a lot of those places have really bad population um, very bad repopulation stats because there's no race maxing, there's no ethnic maxing going on, which a lot of times helps population go on, and there's no immigration too much as well. So it's just whites with whites. So eventually that leads to nothing, or leads to low repopulation. So whites will ascend when there's either very conservative white women around, like the South or the Midwest, or if there's ethnic women wanting to um, race max, white JBW max. If they don't have any of those two around them, there's a white cell problem.
Damn. Okay. That sounds very. You're breaking that very well. Great. Okay, so what do you think Arab cells is their problem?
Well, I know Arab is kind of. I guess you're trying to like lump in like Lebanese, Persian, but I think a lot of them have an accent, unfortunately, when they're here studying. Um, I really think Arabs have gotten a better reputation since the early 2000s. And early 2000s was rough on them, especially because early 2000s was very anti-beard because of the war with Iraq. When we had the war with Iraq, who was the boogeyman?
The
Osama
Muslim
bin
man.
Laden,
Yeah, the Arab man.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so a beard and looking that masculine or look was frowned upon. It was all about the clean cut, clean Brad Pitt cut with a clean shaven chin and face. So Arabs were suffering a lot at that time, I think. What happened though with the 2000 after 2009, the white man had a great revenge or had a great comeback. It was all about the beard, and I think this helped Arabs a lot with how they look because they were able to beard max. So the thing is, there's only so few chadams out there. So if you don't look like a chadam, you're just giving the ethnic foreigner tax, and you can't really thug max as an Arab guy unless you like try to fraud as DJ Khaled or like a Hispanic guy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just look like an average Arab guy, hopefully you can fraud as a white guy. Otherwise, you better not have an accent. Um, because if you have an accent or you look like you just give off foreigner vibes and you don't integrate socially, then yeah, you're just gonna give that odd foreigner, and it's not gonna be a good look on you.
Ah, okay, I see.
The thing about
Yeah.
Arab cells is they have earlier chances of balding
Damn.
versus Asian men and um, let's just say versus Asian men. So, like for my example, my last office, it was mostly Lebanese and Persian guys and a couple of Arab guys, and all of them peaked in like their early 20s. In their late 20s, half of them were balding. So there's a
Jeez.
huge bald pill within the Arab world, and they have to really beard max.
Some people would argue and say that if anybody in the incel sphere has it harder than white cells and Asian cells, is always the Arab cells, even more than the Indian cells.
Um, I personally would think Indian cells are probably have it the worst, unless they're around loyal Indian women. But if they're not, I think they really have it the worst.
So that was going to be my next question. You already covered the Asian. That's the first one you did. Then you
Yeah,
did the blacks. Then you did the whites and the Arabs. And
yeah,
now I got one more after the Indian cells. So
sure.
what do you think are the Indian cells problems? We were just getting on that.
The Indians. Well, I've studied with some Indians here and there. Most of them, from what I've seen, have to usually go to get a girl from India or the Indian girl max. They have an Indian clique. If they don't have any kind of Indian support system, like Indian social circles, then they are kind of doomed because they a lot of times their fashion sense is some of the worst I've ever seen of all the races. Like they'll walk with jeans and sandals. Um, yeah, 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 jeans
That
and
looks so
sandals.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's like normal to them. Like jeans and sandals. Like their haircut will just be scruffy. It's because they're coming from a very old school androcentric world where the guy doesn't have to look that good, and the girl
Yeah.
they arrange marriage max. So they come here and they realize, wait, what the heck? Like, well, first of all, a lot of them are still blue pilled. A lot of them are blue pilled, and you shouldn't get too mad at them because a lot of them can arrange marriage max, even looking like a bum. But the ones that well, one thing about the new world is that arranged marriages are kind of going away. TikTok, Instagram is
Yeah,
destroying
that's
the
fucking that up
culture
too.
even there. Yeah, 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 exactly. So, especially with the Zoomers and younger, like Indians are probably last on a totem pole. And if they don't have that support system, like they do have a prejudice against them, especially when it comes to white women. Their their best chances are probably, um, I'd say, Hispanic women, and maybe black women, but white
I
and
would
Asian
agree with that.
women
Yeah.
are gonna Asian women maybe if they have some STEM status, because sometimes they study together. But Asian women can be pretty racist, so I'd say the best is like mixed breed Hispanic women and black skin women that would rather date an Indian guy than a white guy, because some black girls are like that.
I thought black women were like the least attracted to Arab cells. I've heard
No, no.
Hispanic women, but
I know a black girl
I'm sorry, I
that's.
got it confused. Indian. I'm sorry. No, you said Indian. My bad. My bad.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah. I was
thinking
talking about
Arabs. No,
Indian.
no, no. You're right. Indian, black women in India. I think I don't really see that though in Houston. I mean, in Texas,
Let's see what.
black women with Indians.
I I don't think black women like Indians, but uh
You just think they would ascend better with black women if they pursue black women?
personally I don't I think you would be a better answer for black women and Indian men. And you're saying from what I heard, I think black women don't like Indian men. And I think you're kind of saying that's right.
Yeah, because I don't
Yeah.
really see Indian men with black women because I don't think they really like them.
Do
I
you see
just
them with white women?
I definitely see the not the average Indian man, not the looking average Indian, average
But the
looking Indian.
top tier Indian man.
Yeah, I only see them.
Yeah, I see
Usually
that too. Yeah.
the ugly Indians or the average looking Indians, I only see them with their women. That's it.
Exactly, exactly. So it's really hard to get stats because it is almost pretty much over for average and lower than average Indian men. So they know where to go.
They have to
So it's
basically
not
go back to their country then.
in a way it's not over in a way because they still have their loyal looks match. But if they want a Western girl max, then yeah, it's really really hard.
But don't Indian men, out of all categories of incels, don't Indian cells have the worst white women syndrome? Aren't they like
Yes,
obsessed with just white women?
the ones that are the ones that don't like Indian women, yes,
Oh, okay.
I'd say so. I'd say, to be honest, I'd say like they have one of the most white woman syndrome, because if I go on all these apps, and I go sometimes on these apps for like dating apps, sometimes there's a lot of white girls there, or some, no, mostly Latinas, but the most thirstiest guys on there are Indian men. And even on Instagram, like who has a reputation of simping the most when it comes to random men for like Instagram girls? It's like Indian men.
Damn.
So even though I think they elevate white women the most, they also know their place in society in the racial hierarchy of the West. And so they say, I'd get a better deal in India than some chubby white girl that might like me back. They'll get some slim, young Indian woman.
Well, I think the reason why I used to think Indians is because of everything you said, but um I say black guys and Hispanics probably have the worst white women syndrome because they'll literally get with ugly white women just because they're white, even if they're like twos or threes. Like I've literally seen that.
Oh, that's so sad. I just, when I see that, I try to block it off my mind, but thankfully I don't see too much of it, but I see it every now and then.
Go to Walmart and you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I go to Walmart and I see like this fucking ugly Mexican guy or this ugly black dude who's like anywhere between a 4 to a 5. But then I'll see like them with the white woman who's like fucking, oh dude, she's like fat, land will, and then she's like a 3 out of 10 in the face or a 4 out of 10 in the face.
Well, another thing is when you're trying to get at white women, you have to realize that black and Hispanic men are, unless they're like a Tyrone or Chadriguez, a tall one, they're kind of locked out of the high tier white, like the more richer or above middle class or even middle class white women. Sometimes
True.
they're, a lot of times they get much more white options if they go with like the more,
Below average Karen.
yeah, the below average economically, the white women. And a lot of those below average white women have bad diets. So even if they look pretty when they're 20s and they just relationship and marry max them there, they'll carry on that poor economically disadvantaged white culture into her 30s, 40s, and they blow up.
Ah, yeah, that sounds about right.
Meanwhile, the fit girl I see near the beaches, she's still a hot mom, like a hot mom sometimes into her 50s. They
Right, yeah.
they're always, yeah, they eat quinoa, like they fast. They know if they gain the weight, their rich husband will drop them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is what it is. And lastly, what do you think the Latin cells, the brown cells, what do you think the Hispanic cells, what do you think their problem is?
Well, for the Latin cells, I think it's I well, one, you have to, this goes for the black cells too. You have to act like your culture, the majority of men in your culture. Only white men can afford to have a different, unique personality. But when it comes to, especially the Hispanic, or let's just keep it to Hispanic, you have to act like your rest of your culture. That's extroverted. That's more. You have to be cool with laughing a lot. You have to be not too analytical, not too long term minded, and that way you can ascend with your looks match in your culture. And you have to grow up around them. You have to go to their same schools. Now, if you're kind of like me, I kind of went to a different school, kind of far away, which I don't know why my parents did that, but but if if you're, the problem is if you're, you know how I have inside information because when I made my channel Latino Cell, right? So I get a lot of comments from Latino cells, and guess what's the number one um, popping problem I see within them?
Oof, I wouldn't know.
Well, the number one is their geography, where they live. A lot
Oh,
of times they're in the middle of like some Hickville, like a place where there's not that much Hispanics. Like they're always like from some town, like like in the mid, like where like the majority of people are white, and if they are in the town where like they have some Hispanics around, they're usually like just way too um like high analytical IQ for the Hispanics. But a lot of their problems will be solved if they just move to a place where there's a lot of Hispanic girls dating their
That's what
workers.
my cousins tell me. That's what they tell me if I would like go somewhere where there's nothing but Mexican women or Mexico. They
Yeah.
say I would ascend.
Oh yeah, you would ascend. Yeah, I see five. Like I see like 5'2". Like this guy on my soccer team was like 5'3". He had a baby mama at the age of like 19. Like a lot of Latinos solves look. A lot of Latinos solves problems is where they live. Like they just
So it's the same demographical issue as a white cell then?
yeah. I'd say white.
Because you said the same thing for white cells, only like not only
Yeah,
one thing, but they got like two other things. But for Hispanics, it seems like it's just one demographical issue and that's it.
yeah. For the Latin, it's demographical issue, and you can't be too. You can't. How do I say this?
Be picky.
You can't be too autistic.
Okay.
Awkward. A white guy can be awkward in the send. A Latino
Oh,
guy, because a white guy can be awkward in a send online. For online, you can be awkward, but a Latino guy, he can't really. Most Latinos can't ascend online. So Latino guy has to ascend in real life, and for that, you can't be awkward. So
okay.
for Latino, you have to be extroverted to be able to even extrovert max, social circle max, and all that. So you don't have the affordabilities that a white guy has when it comes to your neurotypicalness.
I see. It's funny
Yeah.
because you seen what I look like, and what do I look like more, Hispanic or white? Because like I'm fucking white, skin wise.
Yeah. You look Spanish, I guess.
That's good.
Like
I'm
light skinned
glad.
Mexican.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Because a lot of people think I'm white, dude. A lot of people.
Mm, at least I don't think so.
I'm glad you don't, but that's because you got that, you're Hispanic, so you can tell. But a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah.
blacks and whites, they think I'm white. I'm like, no, what the fuck? Like, I don't even have that white looking face, so I don't know why they think I'm white.
I can understand blacks thinking you're white because, you know,
Yeah, they're a
because
little
for
bit
them, yeah.
more ignorant. Yeah,
Because, well, I mean, for them, like anything light skin is white
yeah, that too.
unless they're Asian because they have very different eyes and all that stuff.
Distinctive facial
Yeah,
features. Yeah, yeah. That's why I
yeah.
said ignorant. They choose to be ignorant. It's like no, I'm not. But I mean, even a Mexican woman recently thought I was white. She's like, "You look white."
You know what you should do? Oh, well, I guess you want white women, but I used to do this trick on this app called Omega, and this goes for anyone listening. Like, if you want a Mexico Max or even Nigeria Max, but mostly Mexico Max, I would go. There's this app, and they would strip for money, and you'd pay them. You pay per the minute. You pay the app owner, and they'd be stripping for you. But some of these girls are just really impoverished and poor, and a lot of times if you just talk to them and say want to meet outside the app, most of them will say no. But there are some of them, and they're cute and young, they'll say yes. And like I said, you're not getting dimes, but you make it like sixes and sevens from a very poor area. And
Damn.
they're like willing to meet up on WhatsApp or stuff like that. And like they're like, when are you gonna come to Mexico? And I could have traveled and flown there. I even got Nigeria girl asking me to come over, and it was off the app, so she wasn't demanding money. So
That's good.
if you want a Mexico Max, like just download that app Omega and try
It's
to
just
find
called
one.
Omega? Omega?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
Omega
Omega.
Mill?
Omega, yeah, like Omega Mail.
Damn, brutal.
Yeah,
I will look
if you
into
want to, if you're into that geomaxing thing, I think you should try it
Yeah,
personally.
I mean, I'm gonna try everything. I'm gonna try all the avenues that I
Yeah.
can.
Okay, I'll link you in the Discord.
Cool. Yeah, so that's all I care about. But I think when it comes to me, like there's only two things I care about. And if it's about marriage and procreation, it's just gonna have to be my own race of women. And the only two exceptions, I would just say white or black women. But black women are gonna be the last choice because I know once I have kids with them, my bloodline is literally gonna die. So I doubt they'll continue the strong Mexican heritage. I really doubt it, especially if they're born in America. They're just going to get more blacked. So that's why I say
Yeah.
black women for last. But for white
What
women,
age would you choose black women? I'm wondering if you have like a timeline.
she had like probably in my 40s or 50s.
Okay. Okay.
So for now, it just has to be either Hispanic women, Mexican women, or white women. And the reason why I distinct Hispanic differently from Mexican is because, like Hispanic, it could be anywhere from a Salvadorian girl to a Honduran girl, you know, a Brazilian girl. Even though
You
they're
kind
not,
of give up your culture a bit.
yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Even though it's still Hispanic, but when I say Mexican, it's literally going to Mexico and Mexico maxing. So I think that's going to be more doable because it's just so close.
Yeah.
That it's probably going to outweigh every other option. Especially if my cousins help me because they're like, yeah, we're going to get you someone, you'll see. And they've literally told me with the money and status that I have here, they even guarantee me that I can ascend in Mexico.
What's your wage, if you don't mind me?
It's not good. I'll just say that it's not good.
Like,
but it's I'll just say it's below average.
Okay, so I'm guessing like 30, 40K.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you could ascend in Mexico with that, especially if you get like a rural girl.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just telling you, I think the best option, like I'm kind of jealous of Mexican sales because Mexico's right there. Like for me to Peruvian max, like Peru's so far away, but like Mexico's right there. And you'd be surprised of long distance maxing or travel maxing. It takes a toll on you. My friend is currently dealing with a girl from Brazil, and he has to deal with the flights and the constant traveling, the stress. Like,
oh my God,
there's a price you pay for going far.
Yeah, and he don't want to bring her over here, right?
He is trying to bring her over here.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully she won't change because that could backfire.
I don't think she will, but
the option is always there. That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. If I get married in Mexico, I'm gonna leave her ass over here. I wouldn't bring her over here.
Oh, you would stay over there.
I would. Either I would stay over there or I would leave her and somehow have a long distance relationship in a weird way.
Oh no, don't do long distance. I wouldn't suggest. After seeing cases, it's just sad. Like it's only worth it if you're gonna eventually move in together or something.
Right. Yeah, because if I bring her ass over here, I already know she's gonna change. I know that for a fact. I just have that bad luck. I smell it, I taste it, and I'm avoiding it. So,
I've heard that in the red pill circles. I kind of disagree. If you just have to know how to filter which kind of girl are you getting. If you don't know the length, especially for a white guy, like white girls, like don't bring her over here. Well, the thing is, they're not good at filtering because they don't know the culture, so they're gonna get the gold diggers that will change quickly. But I think you have that leverage knowing the language to filter out the gold diggers and like the more real, sensible, real girls.
Okay.
But that's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, you're right, but then again, women can be very conniving. Like she may sound like you and her on the same page, and then everything goes well for the first year, and then next thing you know, the third, fourth, fifth year, maybe she's like, you know what, I'm gonna leave you because Chad's dick, I saw it on Instagram and I want it in my mouth. You just never know with these hoes, bro. They're scary, man.
Yeah, there's always that chance. I
think you're probably right for the most part, but some guys have some really bad luck, man. And
I don't know how high your EQ is when it comes to reading people.
Oh, I think I'm pretty good because I can. Yeah, I can. I've avoided a lot of bitches like that. Not in Mexico, but here, like they were trying to scam me out of something, and it backfired. And the only bitches that got me, were the older women. They seduced me pretty good, but the young hoes, they really never got $1 out of me or too much money out of me or nothing.
Okay.
And then I had a date with a black girl. She was like half white, half black, but she was more black though, and she was cool. We went out to eat, and we split the bill. I didn't even have to tell her; she did it herself.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, that was surprisingly good. But the only bitches that got away with getting something over me were the old bitches because they definitely know how to play you, but it wasn't like they got something big out of me. Like they didn't really get money. They just kind of got my attention for free,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
they fuck me without. Which to me that's a win, but other guys would say that's a win lose because some guys, like you said, for the most part, they still prefer younger women.
Yeah.
So some of those guys tell me if you like older women, make sure that they pay you, even if it's not about her trying to get the sex and money or whatever from you. To make sure
Yeah.
you get a double win because the MGTOW guys, I agree with them, and the Red Pill guys, they say when an old woman fucks a young guy, it's a win-win for her because one, she's gonna brag about how she can still pull young dick, even
Oh
though
yeah.
that's one, and she's old. And then the other one is that she didn't pay you. So the Red Pill guys, the MGTOW guys, they told me next time when you get with an old bitch, make sure she pays you when you fuck her. I'm like, that's brutal. I don't think they're gonna do that, man. And they're
Yeah.
like, if
No.
they don't, it'll either you go or you stay. If you stay, it's gonna be a win lose for you. They say it's gonna be a win because you got laid for free, but it'll be kind of a loss too because I mean most guys don't brag about fucking old women, So yeah, I see their point. It's a valid point, but I guess because I identify more with the black pill or the incel, I think it's just more of a win win for if you're like a TFLer because at least you can brag about you got some pussy and you didn't have to pay for it. However, if you tell most people, oh yeah, she was 50 or 40, they're gonna be like,
Yeah. I mean, I can see how one can get mad at you. You're messing up the market. These women should be femcel
right. Yeah,
when it comes to
exactly.
young men, especially,
Exactly. Yeah.
and you're just feeding into it.
Yeah. That's why I said they played me because they got to brag about that. So
Yeah.
So I mean, it is what it is, man. But I mean, that's. I mean, I don't know. I mean, some people say that I'm just weak for old women. Other people say you just have a thing for old women. I would say it's just. I think I just have a thing for old bitches. That and they're just so much easier to talk to. I mean, from my experience, I've never really had a bad experience with bad experience with old women. Like when it came to hooking up, it was just
Yeah.
straightforward, and there was no manipulation other than whatever she had, but I didn't feel like I got manipulated. I felt like I got played, at least when it came to
Yeah.
just fucking, but I don't look at it as a loss. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've never even got this opportunity. I always wondered how like you can attract them. They would always just call me, "You're too much of a baby face" or stuff like that. So
Oh, the
I
old
find it
women tell you
amazing.
that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, that's mean.
Yeah.
Usually old women like baby face looking dudes, no?
I don't know. It hasn't happened to me. I've
Okay,
never.
that's what they told me.
Dang.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
when I would shave.
I could see that though. They probably want like a young looking guy and
Yeah, they got that perversion of sleeping with the
yeah.
young looking dude, like a boy almost.
But what would you find them like POF and stuff or
No, hell no, no. This, I mean, like I said, the one you're seeing right now in the panel
yeah?
picture,
Oh, that
I
was
met
Xbox.
her Xbox Live, Michelle,
What about
and
another
then
one?
the black one, the one I showed you, that hoe was on Social Circle,
Okay.
and then all the other ones I've messed with that were in their 40s and 50s, that was all like workplace related.
Workplace. Okay.
Yeah, so co-work maxing, I guess you can call it.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. That co-work maxing is real.
Only really good feedback I would say about old women is apart from all the easy going they have, it's like socializing. I from my experience, when it came to them sucking dick versus younger girls, they were way better sucking dick, man, than young girls.
Oh, young girls are horrible. Yeah.
No, yeah, exactly. So old women, they know how to suck a dick, and I'm talking like, fuck, dude, like, man, they'll blow your socks off.
I mean, my best one is probably from like the escorts.
Was she younger than you or your age?
Yeah, it was at a strip club. It was a while ago, and it was just like this blonde. Actually it wasn't an escort. It was a strip. It was a stripper, and she's like, "I'm willing to suck it," and and like, "Oh, okay. What if I come?" She's like, "Oh, it's okay. I'll eat it or I'll drink it." Yeah,
Awesome. That's
yeah.
badass.
It was like this 20. It's like young, like 23-year-old blonde girl.
That's
Like
rare
24
though,
years old.
because a lot of these young girls, they don't know how to suck a dick.
Oh no, she like, yeah, she was very good. But I think I I jacked off that same day or whatever, and I couldn't come.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but that was probably the best one I've ever had.
Yeah, no, for me, it's always been old bitches that gave me the best blowjobs.
Oh dang.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, man. So it sounds gross, but I mean that experience, does help them improve their mouth
Yeah.
skills. So yeah,
Dang.
now the best pussy, that's a hard one, man. That's a real hard one. I don't think I'll ever get to experience the greatest pussy, but good pussy, man, that's a hard one because I fucked only one black chick that was probably around my age or maybe younger,
Yeah.
that she literally made me nut under a minute. And no old bitch has been able to do that. I think the closest one that came was probably Michelle, if that. But no, it was actually a young black girl that was an escort. She's literally like the only one. I can't last for some reason. She just has
Yeah.
really good fucking pussy.
I think the same with me. Like, there's my first one ever was the black girl, and I think she had the best ass out of all of them. And yeah, I came really quickly. There's actually one where I remember it was a tall girl, and she was 6'1" or 6'2", and I think she was actually too tall for me.
Damn,
I couldn't
nice.
do doggy. It was really hard. I couldn't do doggy properly,
So what
and
you
it
do,
was
reverse cowgirl or
no. I mean, I did do it, but
missionary?
yeah, I did. Yeah, mostly missionary.
Ah, okay.
Doggy was hard. Like, it was doable, but her legs were just massive, and that's when I realized, okay, because I used to think like the sky's the limit for tall girls, but yeah, I think 5'11" is my limit,
Okay.
because at least doggy. I don't know if you ever got that, like doggy got harder because the legs are too tall or whatever.
Well, they got a lot of ass too. It's either too much leg or too much ass, and if you don't have a big dick, you're gonna have a hard time. That's what
You
happened
do
with
need a big
me,
dick, I think, right?
huh?
For tall girls, I think you do need a big dick, right? Or no?
Um, it depends because it really depends because like I fucked a girl that was 6'1", and I did her doggy style. I did one
Really?
that was 5'11". Yeah, I didn't have that problem.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
So it really depends because it depends on her leg width and her ass width, like how wide that
Mm.
is.
Yeah, that's
Because if it's too wide, it's going to take up a lot of space, and you can't force her butt cheek ass like all the way into
yeah.
her. That's why you
Ah,
got to have a long dick. But
that's
if you don't
true.
have a long dick, if you have an average dick, you can still pull it off, but it's probably going to be hard. Because the last time, remember I told you messed around with that 6'2" Latina?
Yeah.
That was the very first time I had an issue trying to fuck her doggy style. I fucked her
Ah,
doggy style, but it was the same experience as you because she was 6'2" as well.
yeah, yeah.
So,
And we're the same height. Yeah.
but for some reason, the 5'11" was way easier. I don't get it because the 5'11" was just as thick as her. So I don't get it if that really made a difference based on the height. I don't know. It was a weird
Mm.
thing.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah. At least in my experience, might be coincidental, but the tall ones had like just massive vaginas, or
was
just
she,
bigger.
with the 6'2" girl you messed with, she a white, black, or brown?
She was white. She was like Russian.
Nice. Damn. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
you got to come to Cali, man. Get the white, the white.
Yeah, dude.
There's a
That's
lot of
where I need to go,
Ukraine
man.
refugee
Because
girls
even on
there.
the escort sites like List Crawler, I noticed that they have way more white women, but not just white regular women, but like tall white women.
Yeah, they have some here.
Yeah,
That's
I
been
bet.
most of my experiences.
Yeah, and aren't I don't know. I had this discussion with Base Escort, so he was saying that on average, when you bring in when you bring women overall, and you compare white women to black women,
Hmm.
I would say that on above average, black women are still taller than above average white women. Wouldn't you say? Because that's what it seems to me. Because when I go to Walmart, I see some big, tall black women, and every now and then, rarely do I see a white woman that's like over 6'2" or 6'3". But on average, on above average, I'll usually see a black woman that's like 6'1", 6 feet, 6'2", and
Mm.
on above average tall for tall women, white women, I would just see like 5'11", 6 feet being the tallest for white women. Base escort sells the other way around. He says it's usually white women are still on above average, still taller than above average black women.
Where's Base Escort Cell based in?
Huh?
Where's Base Escort Cell live?
He didn't tell me, but he said somewhere in the Midwest.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's why.
Midwest whites are pretty tall because
Yeah,
there's a big Scandinavian and what's
country
Nordic?
girls.
Yeah, they have influences from there. Those girls have like German roots, like not they don't have 1 ounce of mixture from like other
Oh,
races. Like they're really tall and they don't come from highly dense places. When you come highly dense places, you get shorter, but they come from very spread out the plains. So I can see them being massive.
okay. Yeah, I
He
guess
might
he's
have some
right
truth
then on the
there.
demographics. And
Yeah, and in my case, it depends where you're. Well, first of all, I'm not around much black people, so I can't comment on black girls too much. But at least when it comes to the whites, the coastal whites are usually pretty tall because they're richer and stuff.
mm,
The inland whites are usually a bit shorter. It's funny because like the inland whites, I don't know if you know California's geography, but like the rich are on the coast are around the coast, and then the poorer whites are like in more inside the country, like to the hot, like in the valley and stuff like that.
wow, that's crazy.
It's a big divide, yeah.
Well,
And then
America's all fucking divided, dude. You don't know where the hell to go to find just one specific race because everybody's so clustered in from all over the world.
oh yeah,
It's like the same. That's the problem I have in Houston. It's like where I'm at, it's nothing but blacks, and then I leave one area and I go to another county. It's nothing but Hispanics. It's like
it's another
what the
country,
fuck is going on?
and the vast majority of people don't leave that bubble. They just stay there.
Well, one thing I notice is that every time blacks move in, a lot of white people move out.
Yeah, dude, but white people have the black radar, and and they move out. Yeah, when they start coming in.
That's what pisses me off about white people. I'm like, just stick together, goddamn it. Let black people move in. Who cares? Just stay.
Well, I will say because I'm a landlord, so I have like a duplex,
Oh,
and then
nice.
yeah, yeah. Um, and then on my one of my tenants, a car like I'm not trying to judge black people, but at least where I'm at, like a car was broken in. They took his stuff inside his car, and it was like a black bunch of black people around the corner that did that. And then they did graffiti on the walls I have, but the city painted it. But it was like this. I won't say that's really a race thing. I'll just say like if the blacks come in with like some criminal shit, then yeah, they're quote unquote niggas. Like they're not gonna change.
Oh man.
But I will say the really polite ones are really polite and good people. You just have to notice which kind of
Wow.
blacks you're dealing with, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So
Man,
yeah.
America something.
I mean, that's the big experiment, right? The mixture pot.
Well, I don't know if that was their agenda from the get-go, but I know there's other forms of elitism that they're trying to push, but I don't know if that was their agenda to begin with. I know now it's pretty obvious that they have some certain agendas, and I know one of them always sticks out, and it's always about race mixing.
Yeah,
Because that's
yeah,
another way of destroying actually that's another form of genocide if you think about it.
yeah. Well, the thing is, they want to destroy subcultures because the subcultures are very dangerous when it comes to controlling a population to
Right.
become whether it's communist, whether it's a new regime. You don't want subcultures because subcultures will fight against that new culture you're trying to impose through social media or celebrities or media or commercials. So what America the elites don't want, they don't want subcultures. So
Oh, so
so
Undead Chronic is right. He talked about that.
yeah. So race mixing is a good destroyer of subcultures because it
Oh,
lets one culture compromise for another culture. The thing is, once you start compromising, you start destroying the point of the original culture. And when there's too much compromise, you'll pretty much give in into the medium of the culture, which is American Western culture, which is culturalist. So
Right, liberalized too.
yeah, yeah. So there is a point in when there is a agenda to race mix, and that does help destroy any kind of subculture. So it makes sense in the race mixing agenda.
Ah, okay, that makes see. So my hypothesis has always been correct, and
Yeah, I think so.
it just always depends which race is promoting the mixing. It just seems like on some scales, some people say it's whites, other people say it's blacks.
I yeah, yeah.
Because I think at the beginning, like from the 1900s and down, I think a lot of white people try to destroy black people with race mixing and taking their black women, and they saw that that backfired. Because, like I said, you see a black woman that has a lot of like black traits. The
Mm-hmm.
only white thing she has is her skin.
Mm-hmm.
They look fucking beautiful, but what do they act like more? Like a black woman, like black culture.
Oh yeah.
So, and then they'll get with another black guy that's just as light as her or maybe even darker, and they'll just continue the black culture. So white people tried that and that backfired miserably. But now black people are doing the same thing and it's helping them because like some of these white girls, they literally talk and act all black, even when they look 100% white.
Oh, that's so cooked
Yeah,
for
dude,
white
it's
men.
like for white men, yeah, they're getting cooked out the worst.
I think Texas has like we said before. I think Texas has. It sounds like it has more opportunities for blacks than Cali, because of the black culture influence. At least in the place where you live. So that might be hopium for any black cells out there. Just move to where you're at.
Yeah, but doesn't LA have also like a, like a large? I mean, that's where Compton and all the black.
A lot of them moved out. Like it's still there, but it's like you have to like sort of low key criminal max.
So it's becoming more Mexicanized than anything.
Oh yeah, Linwood used to be all black, and like most majority of Linwood is now Mexican.
Damn.
I think like Watts, that's near Compton, used to be all black. I mean, but now it's like half Salvadorian.
Holy shit.
Compton is like majority Mexican now, like 30% blacks or 40% blacks.
Damn.
Yeah, so
So
I
blacks
mean,
are getting cooked out by Mexicans over there, huh?
yeah, yeah. And the thing is, the blacks used to be like the blue collar workers here. The thing is that I will say, like the Mexicans or the Salvadorians, they run deep in the factories. Like they don't hire, they hire within themselves.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they're also like they are kind of economically cutting them out of the blue collar class because the blacks were moved here because of the aerospace industry in the early 80s, late 70s. But after the aerospace, the economic recession of the 1987, the aerospace recession, that destroyed a lot of the jobs here for the aerospace industry. So a lot of the blacks were left with not much opportunities, and that's where the whole Crips and Bloods came out because they didn't know what to do. They didn't have anything to strive for, so they gang maxed and all that.
Oh, he's smart guy, man. You're smart. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. No, I watched documentaries on that,
Oh
and
shit.
and that was pretty much like at that time the black guys were going through like the Black Panther thing, Black solidarity. But a lot of black guys are saying, "What are you're doing suicidal crap? You're doing cucked shit because you're killing your own people." And I think you would agree with that too, right? Like like Crips and like Bloods just
Yeah,
killing each
yeah, because like in Chicago, I mean, I have a subscriber that lives there, and like most of the killings, that's why they called it Chirac, is black on black crime.
other. Exactly, and that's just depopulation of your
Yeah,
own
black
race.
race. That's what Bernard Riley was talking about. He's really cool. I did a live stream with him, and he well, a lot of the black MGTOW guys, the SYSBM and the
Yeah, yeah.
IPMOR, they say that there's really no such thing as a white depopulation agenda. What they
Hmm.
say is just that their white women are betraying them. That's what they say, but it's not because of black guys. It's just white women acting on their own.
Yeah.
However, the black guys, the black MGTOW guys, they say that if anything, there's more of an anti-black man agenda than there is a white one, because they say of everything what you just said, you know.
I think I agree. That's a hard one actually. I don't think it's a quick one to answer, but
Well, that's
it,
what I say, because if you go to Europe, like I have a friend who lives in France, and he's like, a lot of the black ugly immigrant guys, they're procreating with like the average looking, not even the ugly, but the average looking white women in France. I'm like, damn, that's brutal.
well, France, there's a very brown lot of, if I because I traveled to France and I have never seen a place with more brown guy white girl couples in my life.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my point.
A lot of white girls there. First of all, the white girls there are short. So if you want short white girls, go to France because it's a place of shorter white people. Now I don't mean like Central American short, but I mean like the white guys are like 5'8", 5'9", 5'8".
What? Damn.
Yeah, yeah. And the white girls are like 5'5", 5'4", some 5'3". So it's not like you're in Germany and you're trying to act like a cool brown guy, but the girl's taller than you. Like there, the girls are shorter than you in France.
But Germany
So
is also getting a lot of cooked out because they got a large immigration policy thing going on. So a lot of the German white guys are getting cooked by a lot of the Arabs and a lot of the black
the
immigrants.
the things with the Arabs and the blacks, they kind of low key thug max, and when they're thug max, a lot of times some of the white girls. Now I don't think the hottest ones from what I've read, but like the average ones will go for like a thug max
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Arab guy than a German than
If
a
the
big.
average white woman is going for like low budget, low end immigrant black guys and Arab guys, they're just
Yeah.
depopulating their white men.
Yes, yes. I do think Europe has more of an anti-white agenda than America. I think
Oh, okay.
America is like a white guy's last stand to against this like cuck agenda. I think Europe has more of a the white men are more on board with the cuck agenda than the Americans.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You described that perfectly well. Because some of the beta black pill white guys here in America, they kind of accept how things go, but they haven't given up on repopulating with white women. They
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
every other race, but they're kind of like me. They won't repopulate with a Hispanic or a black woman, only with white women if it's about reproduction.
Well, the thing is, what European white men, a lot of them, especially in the Scandinavian stuff like that, like they are okay with the new agenda, with how women. The thing is, if you're okay with the new agenda, it's not, I guess, over for you because they still want to date you, but they just want to be in control. The thing is, American white men are still trying to fight for that control.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the European white men they love they love the woman in control. They call it
But it's
egalitarian, but it's BS.
Yeah, it's more matriarchal or gynocentric. But the thing is, okay, fine. If you want women to lead, that okay, whatever. But those women, they're not really even in the relationships with the white guys, and if they are, they're not giving them children. That's what First was
No.
talking about.
Yep. Exactly.
Or they're adopting immigrants' children. It's like, what
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
fuck?
That's happening.
That's so stupid. That's
And,
sad, man.
well, and the thing is, when you put women in control, that doesn't just represent relationships. It represents the political
Agenda. Yeah.
franchise.
Yeah.
So you get women leaders, and they're more susceptible to destroying the country. They're more susceptible to accepting many refugees,
Yep.
and they overall like
Once
it,
again, cuckoldry is embedded in women. It's part of their nature. That's why they don't have a problem, but they're stupid because they're gonna get destroyed. Even if it guarantees them reproduction, it's destroying their bloodline. So it's
it's
like
just yes,
they're dumb for that because
the
they think,
culture,
yeah, they think they won't. It's like, no, they're so dumb.
and that culture is what brought them to prosperity in the first place.
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
Their own race.
now I don't know how heavy you go in the IQ pill, but a lot of white nationalists will start going on the IQ and the higher IQ by whites and like how
Oh
racial.
yeah, no, I'm into that big time, but I'm not a nationalist about that. They
Not,
are like I had some, I
yeah,
don't want to say because it's probably going to take the stream down, but I had some white nationalists, but not
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
good kind, the ones that wear that symbol that's up that has the four, you know
yeah,
what,
yeah, yeah.
crosses. And they talked about that. They said how that's why they were trying to no, what's the word I'm looking, resuscitate or
Mm-hmm,
um, revisit the cross flag, if you get what I'm
mm-hmm,
saying.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The red flag with the cross in the middle.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's what they were talking about. That's why they were white nationalists, because they knew that there was always like this agenda to try to get to depopulate them.
yeah. And I think it's more tragic in Europe than here.
I think yeah, it is, because like I said, at least in America, like the cuckold couples that you got,
Mm-hmm,
like yeah, I've heard stories, and you can find that shit even on YouTube, where the woman is the what they call the cook queen,
mm-hmm,
and she's like married or in a relationship with the beta male,
mm-hmm.
but at least she still gives them a child or a children, right? Like
Yes,
a kid or
yes.
two.
Yeah, one
However,
child.
he's still getting knocked up and getting he's like not getting that much sex,
Mm-hmm,
but she's getting all the sex from like all the Chad and Tyrones and like,
mm-hmm.
you know, the Changs and the
Yeah, yeah,
Habibtis and shit.
yeah.
And she's also getting pregnant. So it's like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think the more tragic thing in America, personally, is the black depopulation agenda here, especially with the abortions that the black
Yeah,
women
well,
are very eager
that's
to
the
do.
black women depopulating they're basically doing the same thing European white women are doing to their white men in Europe.
Yes, it's
Black women are
advanced here.
basically acting like, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
they're a step ahead. They're kind of maybe they're like a step ahead of what's going to happen to the white culture. But
man.
I had a recent case of that. Like because I know you heard of the recent. Well, I guess I can ask you your opinion on it after of
Sure.
the abortion case and all that stuff recently going on, the bring back of Roe v. Wade. But there was a recent case in like I was thinking it was last year in a strip club or 2 years ago, and there was a girl, and she said she's with a. The thing about strippers, a lot of times they're predisposed to dating black guys. It's interesting, but this girl, she had an abortion from this guy, but she didn't want the baby. Yeah, she had a baby from this guy. She didn't want the baby, so she aborted it. But then she changed her mind. And was like, oh, okay, I want a baby now. And then she just got another baby like soon after that, like really quickly, like treating these babies like disposal. Um, so in the black culture, I think that's how it is nowadays. Like, um, it's very revolving around what their desires are. If they want a baby or not. I don't think they're even treating it like a human being. It's just like, oh, okay, I don't want the baby. Okay, now I want it. It's just very, yeah. I wonder what you think of all that.
I think it's vicious one way or the other, but what I honestly think women are doing in America, because I see it all the time, they try doing this shit to me, especially the young ones, or the
Hmm.
ones my age, which are basically in their 30s, so they're not
Yeah,
technically young, but they're
yeah,
still young. Um, what I notice, American westernized women, what they do, regardless if they're black, white, or brown, they all do the same thing, and what they're doing is they're getting the children from the Chads and Tyrones,
oh yeah,
and then they want the normies
oh
and
yeah.
even the Chadlites to take care of those children.
Take care of him. Yeah,
And the only thing that they'll do to keep you is to give you your own children. So now, not only are you legally obliged to take care of another man's children, now you also have yours. That's what I see. And so I get the hell away from that, because there's no way in hell I'm going to raise another man's offspring.
well, you saw my vid on on like stop ascending with single moms. I think it was.
Who
I don't know
said
if you
that?
saw it. I did. I said
Oh
Latinos
yeah, yeah,
stop
yeah. That was a
ascending
good
with
video.
single
Yeah,
moms.
yeah. You can you go over it again? I didn't finish watching it.
Oh no, it was really quick. It was just like a roast video. It was just like I kept saying Latinos ascending with single moms. It's even my age, and I'll be like, he'll be fit. He'll be decently in shape and even have tall, and he'll be like with some single mom.
Damn.
But and then I realized, but that's kind of sad because that's all there's left in the Latino market, especially if you're like post 25. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's why I said that all these women in America, they're all the same. Like white women are doing the same thing as Hispanic women, and black women are doing the same thing. And so it's like, what other way can a Hispanic or even a black guy ascend? So it's like it's so weird, man. It's just so fucked up. Like the relationship dynamics between men and women are so damaged. Like there's just no recovering at this point. So that's why it's become like a take it or leave it kind of market now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'd say the white market is healthier when it comes to the single mom epidemic. I think the black and Latino is much higher.
Yeah, because that's true. Because like I said, Hispanic women are getting with all the Antonios, the Jose's, or what do they
Uh-huh.
call them? The
Yeah, Rodriguez.
Chadrigas, yeah.
Yeah,
Um, and then they get with like the normie Mexican or normie Hispanic that's like a 5 or a
Waiter.
6 in the face,
Yeah.
and he wants to make him the beta provider. And then those guys are like, oh hell no, I'm not taking care of Chad's kids.
But that's why I was roasting them in that vid. It's very normalized for them to just not be ashamed of taking care of Rodriguez kids.
Oh man,
At least I commend my white bros because they shame that shit.
yeah,
Like
they do. That's true.
they shame their woman for being a single mom. So there's
Yep.
less single mom.
Hammerhand, Under Chronic, yeah,
Yeah.
they definitely come hard on the single
But
moms.
but black men and Latino women, it's like most of them are okay with it. So I'm like, I said, stop it, guys.
I don't see black guys. I've never seen a black guy, or rarely have I seen a black guy help raise another man's
Oh no?
kids.
Oh, okay. It was
No,
Latino men
like
then.
it has to be either some dumb white guy or some dumb Hispanic guy.
I've
But
seen
black
lots of
guys,
Hispanic guys.
rarely do I see that with black guys, almost to like no extent.
Especially if you go to Latin America, like Colombia, it's
Oof,
very common over there for Latinos
to
to
be cooked
single,
out.
yeah, single mom maxing. It's
Damn.
it's it's not even like a sad thing there. It's like it's just part of the. It's normal. It's like, oh yeah, her first son's from another guy. It's very normal
But
there.
I think those single mother maxers, that's what they call it, single mother maxing. I think those single mother maxers aren't they just doing it because not only do they want a relationship with those women, but eventually those women are going to give them a kid of their own, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, that's why. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
So
my uncle.
they're basically legacy cells. All they're trying to do is just pass down their genes. That's all. That's what me and my old subscriber, my co-host, we used to talk about is legacy cells. You know what they are?
I mean, that's me, right? Like just wanting to pass down our genes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I think you do too, right?
well, the reason why legacies have a bad reputation
Mm-hmm.
is because I would in your defense I would say that there's two types, not that one type. But according to the incel sphere, there's only one type, and it's kind of like they try to make it look back because they say all they want to do is like be hit it and quit it, like Chad and Tyrone status.
Oh, I see.
So that's not you. You would raise your family. You just wouldn't get your girlfriend pregnant and then walk out on her.
No, no, no.
That's why I say there's two legacy cells. There's a good one and a bad one. So you're the good one. You're not the bad one.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. No, I guess. Yeah. Some guys are very. Some guys, if the girl's pretty enough, they'll raise another man's kid. Unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Like you said, I think that's just the norm in those cultures like Colombia. But we
Yeah.
both know that those guys are just doing it because they're gonna be fucking the shit out of that single mom, especially if she's
Oh
hot.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and they still got it, especially and a lot of times in those places, Colombia, Peru, like they're still, or even Mexico. I was talking with one. They're still young and have a young body, and it's all thin and in shape, but they'll have a baby.
Well, I've seen some single mothers from Colombia that they're like in their 40s, but they look fucking straight, man. They look better than the old women in America. Like you compare a good looking old woman in America to an old good looking woman in Colombia, and the one in Colombia is still way hotter than the one in America. It's like she still
Well,
has her firm body, like she's tall and she got firm tits and a huge big brown ass. It's like damn.
I will say has higher body maxing for women than America.
Yeah, like
Um,
they're not fat. They're very sexually attractive, like body wise as well, still too, even when they get old.
no, and the surgery there is crazy too. Like
Oh,
they have more surgeries than the women here for their
okay.
body, and but they are also more. I do think,
Healthier.
yeah, that unless you're talking about like the high T, like the rich white woman, then they probably beat them. But for your average white girl, yeah, she loses to your average Colombian girl.
Big time.
And I think Colombia, well, that's for Europe. I'd say the hottest places is maybe Ukraine, maybe, and then
Yeah.
but the Ukraine of Europe is like Colombia of Latin America.
Oh, okay.
But
That sounds about right.
I think so.
Yeah, because Ukraine is really poor.
Yeah, no, they're just their faces like are very they're very model-esque, I think.
Well, yeah, I'm talking like economically, their country's very poor. So the white women there, they may be a 7 or an 8 in the face, but they don't care about looks because it's all about survival.
Oh, yeah, exactly. They don't
So
even know it.
yeah, they shouldn't have a problem getting with a low, looking guy. I don't understand why that bitch I was talking to that was, I guess because she was 6'6", maybe she felt like she was a freak being next to a guy like me. Sometimes it's not really you or her, it's
Mhm.
just the fact that she feels too insecure, or it makes her feel embarrassed that she can't get a guy her height. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Well,
maybe
that's another problem with the Slav. There is a Slav pill. I don't know if you heard of it. The Slav pill.
no.
It's pretty much that like the Slavic woman. Well, one, they hate Slavic men, but another one is like the way the Slavic structure bone structure is. It's very it has very feminine characteristics about the face. It makes it very round up top, very wide, and has sort of this like baby big skull structure to it, which is good for the women, which is why the women, a lot of the best models are from Slavic places. But it's not really, it feminizes the man's face a lot. So the men are
Oh,
not that attractive. And that's kind of, I think, first is has a Slavic face, as
ooh,
well as Thought Thundercock and all that. So it's a really, it makes the woman look beautiful. But if it makes the woman look beautiful, not a lot of times it will feminize the men. That's a Slav pill,
damn.
as well as the economic thing where there's not many high paying jobs according to their living costs. So a lot of them drink and they die of drink alcoholism. That's a Slav pill.
Damn. Well, I guess that's opportunity for incels, rather they're black, white, or brown. If they have white women syndrome, they need to go to a Slavic white country to get those women.
Well, yeah, I mean that makes it harder for like one's life fuel is another person's like suicide fuel.
Yeah, yeah, true.
So
I
so
don't
you
know what hope there is for Slavics. Huh?
so you like you taking like first Slav girls, but he might take a Mexican girl, so it might be an equal trade off. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what the race pill is. It's an equal trade-off. Hey, you take my women, I take your women. I take your women, you take my women. The problem is, even sometimes when you try to use the race pill to escape and sell them, if the
Yeah.
women have too much power, like in a high-end society, like in America, they don't care anymore about that.
Oh yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
they're just gonna go back to Chad and Tyrone, Chad and Tyrone. I don't know
Yep.
how big you are on the whole Chad and Tyrone thing. I don't know how factual it is.
Hmm.
And at the end of the day, I don't know what really women are choosing over Chad and Tyrone, but the evidence always seems to show more that they're just choosing guys like that until they just rather be single or they go lesbian.
Um. Well, I think that the young. What are you talking about? Like young 20? You're talking about 20s women, right?
Yeah, 20s and 30s.
I think with 20s and 30s, I think Chad and Tyrone are just they're getting their pick of the litter, but that's in the hookup. I think there's three markets for women. There's three kinds of women, and like I think you described it earlier. There's the women that are looking for casual dating. They're looking for fun. Then there's the women that are looking for relationships, and then there's the women that are just celibate, career maxing or whatever. But maybe
Mhm.
that third one I won't even count actually. But like for the first one, looking for fun, I think they're dealing with a bunch of like party maxed, party maxed guys, which at least need to be somewhat decent looking. And if they're not dealing with like a Party Max guy, it'll be like, yeah, your typical Chad, Tyrone. That's like most of your casual daters.
Okay, that
And
makes
then
sense.
and then like some normie that gets lucky at a party or maybe has some really photo maxed Instagram or anything like that. And then when it comes to girls looking for relationships, I really don't think that Chad Tyrone rule applies that heavily. Now I do think they get more options, but I do think normies can destroy a lot of Chads just because of proximity effect, because of social circle effect, same culture effect, stuff like that. That there's no way a Chad or Tyrone can penetrate that girl in the insular social circle.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I think first went heavy on that on social circles too.
Yeah, yeah, he did. He did. He said that's the best way every incel can ascend is through a social circle because people that care about you want you to be happy, so therefore they might try to hook you up with someone.
Exactly, and that's what happened to me. So there's no way I could have ascended. I mean, I did get I was able to somewhat ascend online, but it was always like tug of war of power and stuff.
Oh man.
But there's no way. There was very few chances for me to ascend online, and in real life, like it was just set up for me, and the effort was 10% of the effort and the games I had to do of the online girls.
Wow. So real life is always going to be better than online
For a
internet.
normie, yes. For a Chad, online is probably better because he can choose and all that stuff.
No, I see. Okay. And what hope is there for guys below us, like the ugly cells?
Ugly cells, if they're from a culture, I think their best hope is same culture maxing.
Damn.
And otherwise, just try to get rich and you'll probably ascend in your 30s.
Wow.
Geomax.
Well, they're gonna
Geomax,
have to
and
take the race pill one way or the other.
they're going to have to take the race pill and they're going to have to take the geomaxing pill much quicker than an army. A normie won't geomax until he's like 40.
Okay.
But I think an ugly guy is going to have to geomax probably,
In his
hopefully in
20s.
his, in his 20s, I think. Late
Brutal.
20s.
Yeah, base escort cell. He said I think he said he was a 3 out of 10. Because I have the lookism graph. I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah.
So he considered himself a legitimate 3 out of 10, and I'm like,
Is he fat?
no, I don't know if he's fat. I don't
Mm.
think he is, but he did say he's 5'9", and he says he looks like 10 years older than what he actually is, and he's barely like 22.
He's white or black?
White.
5'9", white, 2 out of 10. I mean, he
No,
should just like go
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10. He should just go to Latin America or like Vietnam or something.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard here unless he like religion max. That's another good one. If you religion max, if you want a conservative girl, but you're not gonna be able to get. You're only at most you'll get your looks match if you religion max.
I see.
But yeah, I think he'd have to like ethnic max outside the country. Is probably his biggest bet, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, like geomaxing is yeah. I hope it gets more. I don't know if it's frowned upon these days, but that's just what guys are gonna have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see that current going that way because, like I said, the oversphere is only getting bigger and bigger as every country starts to become a high-end, westernized,
Mm-hmm.
you know, first world country society. I only see women acting the same all over the world if they all get to be the same as Americanized
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
women. Unfortunately, you're always going to have that 20% of women all over the world that are always going to choose based on what, like loyalty, love, but
Yeah,
those women run out. They're like the
yeah,
very, very rare unicorns, quote unquote. And I think 80% of women are all going to be savages. They're all just going to be about themselves. And unless there's like some sort of androcentric order, then I don't see these hoes changing. I really don't. Because I've already heard like you just told me right now, like I didn't even know that was a thing. Like in Colombia, they embrace kind of like, well, they don't even embrace it. It's just a norm to be a cuckold there.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've also heard of feminism kind of spreading wildly in Colombia.
It is because that Asian guy that ascended there, he didn't ascend with a young girl. He said they were too woke, so he ended up ascending with like a 35-year-old. He's 31. He couldn't deal with like the gynocentric attitudes of the younger gens.
Oh, so he had to send. Well, I mean, yeah, damn, 4 years older than him. That's kind of
Yeah,
brutal.
yeah,
But it's not far fetched either. It's not too far out. It would
yeah,
be more brutal if it would be like kind of like my case. If I ascended like if he was 31 and he ascended with like a 41 that or 45, that would be brutal.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was gonna be me with Michelle. I was like 26 at the time and she was 44. By then,
Nah,
yeah.
I think you still got more options to try before that.
Yeah, yeah. Before you Cougar Max or Cougar settle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think guys incel should have a step plan. Like, okay, I'll do this. If this doesn't work, I'll do this. This doesn't work. Always have like your steps. And if your last case is Nigeria maxing, then so be it. But if you have steps ahead of that, have some phases. Have a red pill phase, have a body Chad light phase, see how that works, and then try each time and then have like maybe 1 year dedicated to each phase or something.
Would you agree that there's a spectrum in the look schism scale and there has to be at least like a point something, a 0.5? Like, some guys keeping it simple, you got a 6, which is what they would consider decent. And then they got a 7, which they consider a Chad light. And then the 8 is a Chad. And I guess a 9 would be a Giga Chad. And then a 10 is like a Supreme Chad or something like that. Would you say that that's a little bit too simple and there has to be a little bit more of a diversion? Like, I believe in normie lights. Do you think that's a thing? Like a normie light would be like a 6.5?
I see. I actually agree with Wheat Waffle's distinction he made. I don't know if you've seen his video where he just divided it into 3. I think that you can use both, but I think that's a pretty decent one. Because either you'll get blended in with the rest, you'll be like a Chad, or you'll be like a ugly guy who gets shat on by a woman. I do think you can get deeper into it if you want to compare a guy versus another. Like, oh, he's a 6. Oh, he's a 7. But I also think that it's very dependent on what population they always say in psychology or anything, know your audience. So I think that's also a big thing to know about.
Audience, yeah.
Like a guy might call me like, well, John, Wheat Waffles. No, I mean, well, your rating is actually a 4 out of 10 because of your height. But I'll tell them, well, I'm dealing with an insular social circle, and I'm very connected to that person. So even though I'm a 4 out of 10, I'm ascending with a 6 out of 10 girl. And for them, it's like, that's not mathematically possible, but
it's stupid. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. That's why I was saying there has to be a more of a spectrum, because that's the same thing with me. It's like women have told me literally like, yeah, you're short, but you're cute, you're handsome, you're this, you're that. And so obviously for some women, that's why I do think the generations are getting worse, because some women, they're like, yeah, you're handsome, but you're short. So that brings you down to like a 5. I'm like, what? That makes no damn sense. So
it depends on the girl too. Like,
yeah,
if you're dealing with a short girl, even though the thing is, tall girls, they'll treat the shortness as a subtraction. But if you're dealing with a girl your height or shorter, there's no more subtraction. So your looks, the 7'10" face you have can shine with shorter girls.
that wasn't my case. My case was always different. Like when it came to short girls, they just couldn't stand me. The only women that were short that liked me were women my height or like 2 inches taller, like the 5'7s and the 5'8s.
I agree with you. The majority of my dates were like 5'6" to 5'5", like 5'4" to 5'7".
Yeah, but all the women that were below me, like the 5'4s, the 5'2s, they were fucking mean. They were
the
vicious.
5'2s, yeah, they're bitches a lot of times.
The 5'2s are hardcore bitches. The 5'2s and the 5'3s, man.
They have like this Lil' Kim syndrome.
Yeah, there you go. But
Yeah.
for some reason, the 5'7" and the 5'8" women, they were pretty open with me.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good case. I think I talked about in one of my videos. Like the majority of girls that were open to me in dating were around my height. I wasn't towering over them, and they weren't towering over me or anything like that.
Well, in my case, they were well, I wouldn't say towering, but they were definitely taller than me. So the five, that's why I make the distinction of 5'7" and 5'8", and even on that one girl I had a date with, the dinner date, she was 5'9", 5'10", 5'9", and she didn't have a problem with my height. So
Oh yeah,
the
and
black
also
girl.
yeah, and I also believe type theory is very important as well. And this is a video I'm going to come out with, but I have to be careful with how I come out with it. Probably I have 10 more minutes, and I'll probably hit the sack. But I'm gonna make a video about types because I think it's not. I think there's a point system is good and all that, but I think there's a big type thing that we're not talking about. And I'm gonna separate the humans into different animals and how each guy or girl rates for a girl to find a guy attractive, for a guy to find a girl attractive, they have to be that certain animal that that guy is looking for. So I'll give you a snippet. Like some people, I say, look like dogs, and because they have a very forward-looking nose, very close-looking cheekbones, lateral width of the cheekbones, and they have a very frontal brow ridge. And a lot of times that's white people. Not always, but a lot of times it's English-looking white people. And so if that's a girl's type or if that's a guy's type, she has to fit that description for them to find them attractive. So if we're dealing with models, I think they're pretty universally attractive. But if we're dealing with like 5s to 7s, there's a huge difference of what guys find attractive within each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Huge, humongous.
Yeah, because that's one thing I've had arguments and discussions with other guys is like
Yeah.
guys will tell me, why do you like women that tall, like the 6'1" and the 6'2"? And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
well, because they got longer legs.
Mm-hmm.
I like to fuck on their legs.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, okay, but she's like a 5 out of 10. I'm like, well, to me, she's more attractive than a 5 out of 10, or she may be a 5 out of 10, but I love her height.
Mm-hmm.
And they just don't get it. And then they'll show me what they like, and it's like some fucking like ditzy looking bitch. I'm like, you like that bitch? Like, oh yeah, she's cute. You know, she's the 5'3" and the 5'2". I'm like, well, hell no, I get the fuck away from them. But that's usually the guys that are like 6 feet and taller. They just have an obsession with short women.
Yeah, especially like when it comes to like when it comes to the average and above average girls, I think guys are just extremely different in what they like, and that's why I kind of want to clear out in one video where some guys go. At least you're talking about height, which is that's another point. But I guess I was talking more about like face structure.
Yeah. You went into
when your friend tells you like this girl, like she's cute, and you're like, what the frick? Are you kidding me? But then you tell them this girl's cute, and they just look at you like, what are you freaking? So it depends on kind of what your face shape is like and what kind you like. Some guys like girls with very widespread eyes. Some guys like girls with very narrow, like the width the width between the eyes has to be very narrow. So my friend, this is a joke I have. Like he likes toads. So toads are girls that have very wide interocular length between their eyes, as well as having very widespread noses.
Okay.
And widespread mouths. Meanwhile, I'm like a bird. That's one of the animals that I have in my video come out, I don't know, maybe next month, where I like girls with more beakish noses and more narrow interocular width between the eyes and smaller lips. So even if I show him a bird who's even if I show him a 7, if she's a bird, he will make her a 5.
Okay.
And if he shows me a toad that's like a 7, just because she's a toad, I'll make her a 5.
Okay.
So we will disagree always, and that's how we're made. Like we will always disagree on those girls in the middle.
Well, one thing I'll say that proves your point, to agree with and to keep it very simple, is that beauty is subjective to men,
Mm-hmm.
but beauty is not subjective to women. Like they all tend to like the same type of guy, right? Most women, they all tend to like the same type of guy, rather he's
Mm,
a Chad or a Tyrone, or he's like at least 5'10" to 6 feet. Of course there's outliers, but I think generally speaking, from what I've collected,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
most women always say, "Oh my God, he's handsome. He has to be at least an 8, and he's tall." They don't say the specific height. They just say a tall guy, and a tall guy is considered anywhere between 6'1", 6'2", and up. That is what's considered tall, because even 6 feet ain't shit anymore. So they always make
Yeah.
that distinction of being tall.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But it's like you say, there's outliers where women are like, "Oh, I don't like guys that are like 6 feet or 6'2". That's too tall for me." And they'll say, "I'm okay with the guy who's 5'7" or 5'8", you know. But usually the women that say that, those are like the 5'2s, the 5'1s, the 5 foot nothings.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is that distinction. And like, for me, it's like, as long as she's tall and she's wide, not too fat, not too skinny, I'm great with that. So I like my women's body to be medium built.
Mm.
You see, but
Yeah.
if she's like 5'4", nah, I don't even want her at that point. But if she's at least 5'10", 5'11", a reason why I always say 5'11" is because every woman I slept with that was way taller than me was always 5'11". It was never
Mm.
under 5'11" or over 5'11". It's always been
Yeah.
women that are 5'11" that I've slept with and messed with more.
Yeah.
So I just go off of that. For some reason, I think 5'11" is my lucky number for tall women.
I agree with you and disagree. I think I agree with you in the grand scheme, but when you said like all women are looking for the same type of guy, I will agree if in a certain region they all want tall men. I'm sure there's some girl out there that has a weird fetish for short guys, but the vast majority of girls want a guy that is more than 6 inches more than her, or 5.
Right. It
It's
literally
very,
towers her.
yeah. I don't think towers. I think just towers her, but not like height cell
Okay.
TikTok tower, like a foot tower. But I do think they all want a guy that's like 5 to 6 inches taller than them.
Okay.
But when it comes to the face, I do think girls have a type.
Oh,
So
okay.
they differ in like what type that is. Now, I will say it depends on what culture she's following. If she's following like the Western Hollywood culture, which, to be honest, even all minorities, it impacts them. Even if they like their minority men, they're all impacted because they all go watch the latest Hollywood movie. So all of them most of them have an openness towards the white Hollywood looking guy just because it's in their faces every day. But if they have subcultures, they will, especially in the Mexican culture, their prime man is not a blonde Prince Charming. Their prime man of a pinnacle of a man is like maybe like Fabio from that Disney movie, like a black haired tall guy.
Oh, okay.
And Asian women, like they'll have or black women, especially sometimes light skinned black women, their ideal will be like a Tyrone. And even within a Tyrone, they'll have different types of Tyrones. Like if it's like a more maybe like monkey shaped kind of black girls, they'll like that kind of shape. But if it's like more of a toad shaped black woman, they'll like a black man with that certain facial type. So I do think there's huge type theories going on. But I do think the height and the frame is very universal. However, even in that, like Asian women don't like a V frame as much as white Western women.
Yeah, it's a very complex thing, but
It's very
maybe
complex.
I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe beauty is subjective to both males and females, but I know it's definitely subjective for men because, like, I'm pretty sure. I think one thing you and me have in common that we both like is I think we both like tall women.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to the race and the facial structure, I think it's definitely different for you and me.
Oh yeah.
Like I wouldn't know how to describe facial wise my women the way I like them.
Yeah.
It would be
But
kind
if I dig into your if I dig into what you like, I bet you I can find out what you like. eventually.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure you can. I
If
have
you
to
gave
send
me
you. I would have to send you pictures. You know what? I'll send you a pictures of some of the Twitter girls I'll be talking to, and you'll be like, okay, this is how you describe their
Yeah,
facial type. So
and send me pictures of like your 10 out of 10s,
okay.
like
Well,
celebrities.
I don't believe in tens out of tens. I believe in only. I don't even go as far as nines. As far as I'll go is an 8. I believe in just 8s because I think 9s and 10s are literally impossible for any guy to get. I think that even if you're a decent looking guy, like a 6 or a 7, hell, even an 8, even if you're an 8, I think your best bet is just to go for a woman who's an 8 out of 10, like you. I think every guy in realistically, without being too delusional, I think every guy wants an 8 out of 10 in women. Every
Oh
guy.
yeah.
8
Oh,
is like, if 7 is the sweet spot, 8 is like, oh hell yeah, man, she's fucking hot.
yeah.
She's good looking. That's what an 8 is. It's a good looking person. And then 9 is just like, I think a 9 would be considered fine, and then a 10 is like just gorgeous. It's like,
That's why I said send me like what girls you think are gorgeous, and I'll be able
oh,
to
okay,
distinguish a type within
okay,
that.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, all right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that right. Let me see. Well, I got to go back to Twitter and I got to download their photos, so
Yeah.
I'll do it afterwards. Let
Do
me see.
that, and then I'll send you the Omega app, and
Cool.
then let me know how that goes. But and yeah, and then I think you had other stuff you're gonna send me before, but I was gonna hit the sack soon. So
Sure, man. No, this was an awesome stream. We went on 4 hours, so that's good. But I don't know when you're gonna want to stream again. Just hit me up, and I'll always join your panel. I'll try to get some people, man, because I know you probably like to have more people on the panel, but that's always
yeah,
hard to
maybe
do, man, because they're so like,
flaky.
they're so flaky.
Oh yeah.
So maybe you might want to try maybe some of your subscribers, see who comes up.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get some of them on. It's been a while, but I'll try to comment on back on see if anyone gets on the stream.
Yeah, that sounds good, brother. That really does, man. I really appreciate you inviting me over, man.
Yeah, man, no problem. Yeah, I have some holidays every now and then, maybe these months, the first quarter of the year, so I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have 3 weeks off. I just haven't picked out the month, and I think once I do that, I think that's when I'm gonna either go to Vegas and then go to Mexico. One of those two.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me know when you do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you know how that goes.
Okay. All right, man. I'll keep in touch on Discord and all that.
All right, brother. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll reach you there. Take care.
All right. Have a good night. Take care.
Peace.